Greetings to all the professionals. My name is Ms. Brenda Pake, and I am the Acting Stakeholder Relations Manager here at SACAP. We firstly wish
Brenda, hold on. There is a feedback wherever you are. There is a feedback. We can hear feedback there. Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, sorry, we are sorry about that. I've already greeted everyone. Firstly, we wish to thank everyone for making themselves available. Despite your hectic schedule, to the recognition of prior learning and special consent webinar. Today's webinar will focus on the following: how to prepare your portfolio of evidence, SACAP 10 competences and 6 work stages, what SACAP expects to see in the portfolio, and when upgrading to a higher category, and the application process. Without wasting any time, please know that only attendees who will be attending, who will be joining us on Zoom, will be eligible for CPD allocation. Facebook attendees will not be allocated CPD points. We encourage your full participation and fruitful engagement. Without wasting any time, I would hand over to our senior manager, Ms. Kimberly Rowan, to introduce our speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brenda. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. So we've got our specialists and expertise with us. It's Councillor Kevin Bingham and Councillor Bashtu, who will lead us through an informative session for RPL and SC. We thought that it was very potent to have this webinar because through the years, we've actually been receiving incomplete portfolios. So Mr. Kevin Bingham and Mr. Bashtu will give us their expertise on how to actually compile these portfolios of evidence and what they would expect to see from your portfolio of evidence of the work that needs to be presented when actually upgrading to a higher category of registration. So they'll give us their knowledge on the do's and don'ts of how to prepare these portfolios of evidence. So without further delay, I'd like to introduce Councillor Bingham, who will be our first speaker and will take us through his presentation. Thank you.
Morning to everyone. Morning, and thank you to Brenda and Kim for introducing us. My name is Kevin Bingham, a councillor on the sixth-term council. It's important to note, and we'll be speaking later, is Councillor Dan Bestu, who actually chairs the RPL committee. I've been asked to do the initial presentation because I was the chair of the last council's RPL committee, so I can give some experience on that, and then he'll keep you up to date on how his experience has happened with the, as was said, with LSD, which is the limited special dispensation, and how that relates to special consent. I'm going to share my screen now. Hopefully it works. Hopefully you can hear me. Just try and move this out the way. Just bear with me one moment. Let me know if you can see stuff or not. And I'll try and go into slideshow from the beginning. Now we're going to get rid of this other stuff. Is that blocking your screen badly?
We can see, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so welcome to you. It's wonderful to see 346 of you online, all hoping to glean some information. It is important to know that SACAP and RPL and special consent, and as I mentioned, the limited special dispensation was all about transformation. It was addressing the issues of the past and the hope that we can register and upgrade people who weren't able to do this in the past. And it's, as it is called, recognition of prior learning. So it's being able to see who has had experience in the various aspects of, and we'll talk about competencies later on. The Architectural Professions Act 44 of 2000, I'll highlight these items in red because under registration it says that the council must register the applicant in the relevant category and issue a registration certificate to the successful applicant. And it goes on to say, if after consideration the council is satisfied that the applicant has demonstrated his or her competence as measured against standards determined by the council for the relevant category of registration. And to go to the bottom, which I hope you can see, it talks about presenting evidence of prior learning in architecture, and it defines prior learning as previous learning and experience of a learner, howsoever obtained, important, against the learning outcomes required for a specified qualification and the acceptance for the purposes of qualification of that which meets those. So to move on to the next slide. So we've been doing this, RPL has been around for some time, and I'm just trying to work out how to change screens, how to move this. There we go. So yeah, these are the definitions that you'll find in there are policy documents. There's a new special consent policy document, which you'll be able to find on the web. But these are defined as, again, it speaks about what I've already spoken about. The Architectural Professions Act as previously learning and experience of a learner, howsoever obtained, I've already mentioned this, against the learning outcomes required for a specified qualification. So it's trying to equate, and many aspects of what SACAP deal with, you all will have heard of the RDOW, and in fact there was a meeting yesterday about that, trying to apportion and equate what learning might have taken place and how that relates to a building type or a building complexity that you may have dealt with in your work experience and or in educational experience. SACWA, which is the South African Qualifications Authority, is a process that we've got to do all our accreditation through. So any courses that are offered have to go through them for their validation. And most of you will have heard of NQF levels. And those are the levels that they pitch at. Matric is at a certain level and a doctorate is at level 10. So there's varying stages of formal education that you will have in your life and post-schooling that are given NQF level. So it's for recognition across different contexts and certified against the requirements for credit, access, inclusion, and or advancement in the formal education and training system or workplace. And special consent is defined in the policies as a mechanism for SACAP to grant an application permission to undertake work of a building type that is outside the applicant's category of registration. And it may only be granted to the applicant to carry out the building type on which the applicant has demonstrated competence. So the hope for us all on the SACAP Council is that anyone applying for this would want to preferably go through the RPL process. We want to upgrade people, and for us being able to work with the Competitions Commission, we've had to bring in other policies, the one being the special consent policy, and as mentioned earlier, the other one was limited special dispensation. The limited special dispensation applications are now closed, and they were aimed at the heads of architectural practices. So if you have a firm, it was to get permission to do certain building types through the experience that you already have, and for you to get you as the leader of the practice and your practice enabled to do those building types. As I mentioned, that application process has been closed. There are still a few that we're busy dealing with that and you'll hear about that a bit later when Councillor Bastu speaks. The special consent is open to the individual. So you can be an individual working in an architectural practice and you can show that you have experience in a certain building type or building types, and you can then get accredited to do those building types. The difference between RPL and special consent is RPL upgrades you to a different registration category if that's your intention, but special consent doesn't do that. It doesn't do the upgrading. It just enables you to have access to doing those building types. So when you submit your plans to the local authority, that's you then have documentation that says you can submit that type of plan. I'm going to talk a bit about applications now. And this you'll find also on the website, and I'm sure this presentation will be shared and available to you afterwards for you to access if you don't remember any of these things. So special consent, these are the applications. An applicant may only apply for special consent if he or she is registered with SACAP in any professional registration category. Special consent shall only be granted to the registered professional who has demonstrated extensive and relevant experience on the specific building type. So those words are important ones. We haven't dealt much with special consent, and that's why I'm relying on Councillor Bastu to give his experiences later with limited special dispensation, because he'll be able to tell you better of what is meant by demonstrated extensive and relevant experience. So if you've done one building of that type, and if the panel that views you doesn't see that it's adequate, you may not get that special consent. And we'll need to find out from him when he talks. Supported by, and this is what you need to provide, a letter motivating as to why the application is necessary. Maybe you've been doing this work for some time and you now feel that you've been precluded from doing it through the municipality or whatever, so you need to motivate why you want this consent. And B is a portfolio setting out a short description of the project submitted under the following headings, not more than 2 to 3 pages per project. So again, they're talking about more than one project. You've got to show context, the main design issues, applicant's response to issues, a critical self-evaluation of the completed project, and then, if possible, and if you're still talking to your clients, affidavits from your clients or from consultants or contractors, and if you had a mentor or supervisor, for them to add something in writing to confirm that you have performed those duties competently and to a satisfactory level. So you need to give proof that it's actually you that's done those drawings. And it is important to have, we were speaking about this yesterday, in fact, it's important to have the drawings on a title sheet, a title block, in other words, not just cut out pieces of drawings. So they need to go into a title sheet. And on the title sheet, it's also important to see who did the drawing. So you'll know often on your title block, you'll have drawn by and then some initials, and then you often have checked by as well. So if you've been mentored in some place or the drawings have been checked, and because special consent is for an individual, you probably will have been working in an office. And so it would be important to acknowledge who checked your drawings in the office. So that's both those points are quite important to be on any presentation material you give. Continuing on special consent is that all documents pertaining to the project should include your professional client agreements, any conceptual I've already mentioned, design, development, and technical, minutes of meetings if you have, hopefully, and any certification if you've got the plans approved or whatever. That type of documentation would be of great value. Applications that are compiled in an electronic format shall contain a cover page with the applicant's name and index page. You can find this later because I'm sure none of this is of importance to you right at this moment, and it will be when you come to do the application. Large drawings sheets must be reduced to A3. That's just for ease of the panels being able to look at your work. And all applications shall undergo a pre-assessment by either a recognized voluntary association. So if you are a member of a VA, let them please have a look at it to be guiding to you, a university or architectural college around near you, and or any peer review process. If you've got other people in your office that could be guiding to you on the work, on the preparation of your portfolio, that would be helpful. Or, in the last sentence, an appropriate online self-evaluation. So there are options to you. If none of these are suited to you, you can get hold of the SACAP office that deals with RPL, and one of them or one of us will be able to give you further guidance. Now onto applications for RPL. Again, you have to be registered with the SACAP and any of the professional registration categories, or if referred to the RPL committee by the SACAP registration committee. So SACAP has a registration committee, and often applications come through, and this could be varied. So I'm not going to go into them now because of time, but the registration committee has in the past referred to the RPL committee a query about a person's registration and whether their prior knowledge. This sometimes happens from people coming from overseas and wanting to upgrade and such. So they may have brought a degree or diploma from some other country or some other adjacent country to us, and they may have gone through the SACWA process and found that SACWA's only given them an NQF level of this and that, but they may well have advanced experience in certain building types. And in this case, we're speaking RPL. Therefore, the RPL committee will then consider whether it wants to interview the applicants and see whether they can be upgraded. So we can go beyond. That committee can give recommendation to council to accept a person's upgrading beyond what their SACWA NQF level is, if it's relevant. So continuing, it says, thus, any previously disadvantaged professional who does not have a formal tertiary education may apply for RPL. Such applicants may request assistance from SACAP. Believe you me, we do help in the form of mentorship in the developments and preparation of the applications and portfolios. Very important that you prepare your portfolio adequately so you don't get to the presentation and have found that you have a shortfall. Last point on the screen is RPL shall only be granted to a registered professional who has demonstrated extensive and relevant experience on a range of building types and complexities aligned to the requisite registration category. Again, you are seeing those words, which is extensive and relevant experience on a range of building types. So you often have applications where a person's only been doing residential work and are wanting to upgrade to a much higher category where they are. And so it is important that you find out and not have a shortfall and be guided by the office to say, wait rather until you get further experience, or we think that your application may not be approved when it gets through the interview process. So rather look to expand and be well prepared and gain that extra experience if possible. Just continuing on the applications, you shall submit a portfolio of evidence in electronic format for the relevant proposed professional category of registration, limited to the category immediately above your current registration. So you can't go from draftsperson to professional architect. You'll have to go professional draftsperson to professional technologist, so on and so forth. It's only one step at a time. You have to give in 5 recent projects, and we often get asked this question. I've seen mentioned before, it's been spoken about the last 5 years. Well, it's not necessarily the last 5 years. The word recent is the important word there. And we sometimes have applications from people that are no longer doing architecture, that may have started doing architecture in the younger days and are now doing quantity surveying or any other the built environment professionals and want to be registered as an architectural person and are showing projects from 2015 or so years ago. So it's important to have recent projects, and you may only have 4 recent ones or 3 and have some from further back. So the committee will look at those as well. So rest assured, we will try and work with you as best possible. It needs to show your involvement in those projects. Again, the title block is very important. It's recommended that the 5 projects show variations in complexity and, where possible, building types with the scope that is permitted for each registration category. Now, we know that people have in the past done buildings out of their category, so it's not something that you need to hide from with this RPL. Any work that you have done will be of great value and help in trying to achieve your goals. It must be work that you've done though, so that's important. You can be mentored, but it needs to be your work. The drawings, maximum of 10 PDF images per project, assisting and in clearly giving reference where relevant to the 10 required competencies. We'll talk about that shortly, relative to their specific category. Okay, how do you prepare your portfolio? Well, these are the required competencies. There are 10 competencies, which you'll find explanation beyond just the headings that you're seeing on the screen at the moment. Important to look at those and understand, and look at the, I think it's called Appendix A, you'll find on the website and the SACAP website, that breaks down for the various registration categories what you need or which competence you'll need to have for the various registration categories under these 10 competencies. So this heading says, know the required competencies and be sure you meet with the requirements at your level of application and marry these with your portfolio examples. You should all know these competencies by now: architectural design, environmental relationship, construction technology, structures, context and urban relationships, history and theory, building services and related technologies, contract documentation, administration, computer applications, and office practice, legal and ethics. You don't need to talk about each of these under all your 5 building types. You may have specific ones that were more relevant to you. So you need to cover all of the 10 competencies in your presentation. The ones that are generally the pitfalls are ones like context and urban relationships, because often people will have house plans that are shown just with one site and no cognizance has been taken for surrounding buildings or the streets that they're in or things like that. And it relates to point 6 on the screen, which is architectural history and theory, which you might not have had experience in that, or you might not have considered that in your work. But it's important to note that your building sits in a context, point 5, and that there will be some history of that area. So if it's a residential area or if it's an urban context, it's important that you make mention of the context in which your site and your building sit. And perhaps if there's any theoretical work, and it relates also to kind of the heritage of the area, perhaps, or the development of the area over time, and how often people present buildings which are in not only townhouse developments, but in estates. And in that case, they would present, or you would present your guidelines, estate guidelines, and show how you fit into that. So that's an option open to you if you do estate work. Contract documentation, you need to, and questions will be asked at the end of your interview of what type of contract you used. Did you have a client architect agreement? How did you administer the project? And again, we'll talk about work stages later, the 6 work stages. Some people in the applications will only have done up to work stage 4.1, submitting plans to the municipality. And so under special consent, it is considered there that you can do a building type, or you may be able to do a building type rather out of your category, but you may be limited in doing it from work stages 1 to 4.1, or if you have experience across all 6 categories, you would then make it known to the committee that you have that experience. So it's for you to show what your experience is. The next slide shows the entry-level requirements, and again, this is documentation that you don't need to absorb at the moment, but there's 4 categories, A, B, C, and D, and it grades itself in complexity. So it talks about problem solving, skills of analysis problems, identifying appropriate information. So you need to have skills, application that you are able to show in your work, full assimilation and comprehension of information, and skills to correctly implement it in the projects that you're doing. Or is it just an understanding of certain of these points that we had on the last slide? So you'd have some knowledge or familiarity, as is termed in this, with the relevant information necessary, so that you can talk about that you do understand it, and maybe you haven't had full experience in it, or maybe you learnt about it in the office. And then D is knowledge, acquaintance with relevant concepts and methods without necessarily being skilled. So again, this is the level of whether you can actually take that information and work it out and show how you've solved it. That's problem solving at the highest level, or just having a knowledge or thereafter an understanding. So explain that when you go through for your interview, and be sure about yourself as well. So these are on the left of the screen are the registration categories, and this screen showing a professional architects and professional senior technologists. And you'll see that to be upgraded to, and this is now for you to go through RPL process, you would have to have, and all those blocks are colored in this really pink color. And other than computer applications, because some of the older people are still drawing on drawing boards or have limited experience on computers, it's been recognized that they maybe will never have advanced computer applications, but everything else for professional architect needs to be of the highest level, which is problem solving. Whereas if you look at the senior tech, there are some white blocks, and it talks about those being problem solving. You don't need to show experience necessarily in environmental relationships, building structures, context. And so this will go on. You'll see the next screen goes on through to professional technologist and then draftsperson. So you get more and more white blocks as you go along, and the emphasis is not on those areas of your problem solving or applications, as you'll see in the technologist, and then for the draftsperson, there again are the most white blocks, and it's really just trying to have knowledge across all of those competencies and then some understanding across them all, and not necessarily any problem solving across those competencies. So what do you have to prepare for your portfolio? Well, it's mentioned earlier that there are 5 projects, and you need to ask yourself, what buildings do you need to show and what can you show? And again, relating it back to the various levels of complexity in the IDOW, which isn't part of this conversation. So you'll see to go from, and you'll see again a slide later on, it's obviously more difficult to go from a senior architectural technologist to a professional architect, but you're needing to show application across almost all of these things. And I've just listed a few of the building types that you can do here. So this is from professional draftsmen to technologists. The allowable buildings, and this has been expanded upon recently, are things like warehouses, some shops, community halls, and swimming pools and things, and so on and so forth, and some double-story buildings. But you need to show an understanding over all competencies and an application over most if you want to upgrade to a professional architectural technologist. To go from professional architectural technologist to senior tech, again, your opportunity there is under the IDOW, a greater number of buildings, and then to show application over all competency fields and problem solvings over some. So that relates to that earlier slide I showed you. And then, as I mentioned, the most difficult to do is from senior architectural technologist to professional architect, because you need to show that you have experience across a whole lot of building types, and fitting into, so you wouldn't just come with double-story buildings, for example, on this one, residential buildings, I mean. And you need to show problem solving over all competency fields, excluding the computer ones I spoke of earlier, and evidence of advanced skills in dealing with complex architectural projects. I see there's some questions in the Q&A, and we'll deal with those later on. We offer a pre-scrutiny advisory service, and Nita, who has been handling this in the office for a number of years now, has that document. It's a one-pager, and it goes out and it lists most of these things you see on the screen here. So it's important, I feel, that your application and portfolio goes through a pre-scrutiny process to let you know whether there's other items that may be of value to you to hand in and put as part of your portfolio, or to highlight that there's so much missing that it may not be worth your while trying to do the application at that time. So please, if you can, make use of this pre-scrutiny process. Again, it's evaluated against the 10 competencies over your 5 chosen projects. And we need to look and see how you have responded to all of the competencies relevant at that skill level being applied for. And these are examples I've given. It's based on the experience that we found, but not limited to. In architectural design, show any conceptual work. You'll be asked that. So it's not just your municipal submission drawings that are being looked at. Anything that supports how you've scribbled on a piece of paper to show how you came up with a concept, maybe your first sketch plan that you gave to your client to get their feedback on, very helpful in your presentation. If you have a client's brief or the look, feel, the aesthetics, or any building codes that you made reference to, also very helpful. So these are items you can put in to deal with the 10 competencies. Environmental relationships, did you consider orientation? Does your building face a certain orientation? And how is that impacted on your design? Any sustainability items, any water and waste, any XA items that you can add into that. Under technology, why have you chosen certain materials? What details have you done? So on and so forth. In building structures, have you met with any engineers? Is there any engineering in your buildings to start with? And if you have, what interaction have you had with them? Are there particular soils that you had to consider, different structural foundations, for example? I'm sure you know what I mean with that. Item 5 is context and urban relationships. I mentioned this earlier. How does your building relate to its neighbors in the immediate context, adjacencies, or beyond that? Item 6 is architectural history, theory, and precedent. As I mentioned, one of the most difficult ones, I think. So it's design considerations related to the history of the area, any theoretical underpinning that you might have, and that may be your own theory or some other theory. So don't go and add something like we've had in the past, where a person came and presented work of some French architects, and that had obviously had no relevance to that site, but felt that to be able to cover point 6, they were just going to add some name dropping to the thing. So be sure and don't make these things up. If there's no theoretical underpinning, you can highlight that, as the panel will be understanding within reason, based on where your application level is. So any underpinning of design work and examples of precedent drawn from in these projects. So I mentioned housing estates. There could be that precedent, or you may have picked up on elements of the neighbor's building that you liked, or if you have a office building that's in an urban context, you may have taken links from that building in terms of floor to floor levels, or banding around the building that you may want to follow through. Item 7, building services and related technologies. Most people have this in their presentations, so that's an easy one, I think. Item 8 is contract documentation and administration, written agreements with clients, building contracts. You'll be asked if you have PI and to what value, so you should have PI, as you know. Item 9, computer applications. Many people have CAD experience and rendering packages experience that they can show. And lastly, item 10, competencies 10 is office practice, legal aspects, and ethics. You may want to talk about problems that you've had, or give experiential examples of things that you may have dealt with. What is your role in the practice? How do you fit into it? And are you involved in the management of the practice in any way, or are you mentored? Then failure to meet with these competencies may result in the application not meeting with the minimum requirements for progression. So don't be disappointed, rather do the pre-scrutiny first. What drawings to present? Well, we mentioned earlier that all the drawings should be on title sheets and should show who's drawn them, and if you mentored, whoever checked the drawings for you. Important to go on the drawings. I mentioned under design that you need conceptual sketches, the rough workings, any photos of progress on site, very helpful. We often have photos of the person in the application, which they felt was more important, seeing them with a small building being obscured behind them, just to prove they were on site. So we want to see progress on the building site as well. Environmental relationships, you can talk about this in your presentation, how you oriented your buildings, any windows that you may have put in, smaller or bigger, for what reasons, any water harvesting, for example, as one does nowadays. Construction technology sections are critically important, any details that you might have. Item 4, building structures, again, sections or details, and you can talk about that in one or all 5 of your presentations. Context and urban relationships, the streetscape in which your building sits, the scale of your building related to others in their context, and just your building being a good neighbor to others. architectural history, theory, and precedent. As I mentioned, most people, this is one of their pitfalls. So you could talk about the history of the area briefly, research of a building style or estate planning, as I mentioned, or any local materials that you might have used. So the building, you might have access to certain building materials that are relevant to that context in which you're working. It's just an idea. Building services and technologies. Show services drawing, one of. Don't come and show only services drawings. Item 8 is contract documentation, and you usually ask questions and answers on this portion. And if you've got contract documentation, let us know which ones you use. Was it JBCC or whatever? Computer applications to show evidence of drawings, and office practice, again, falls under a discussion. This is what happens when you come to the interview. It's normally run over, each person has an hour, of which you will sit in the interview for the first 45 minutes. The chairperson of that session will welcome you. You, the applicant, will then have 5 minutes to introduce yourself, talking a bit about who you are, where you've come from, how you got into architecture, if you've done any studies, or just 5 minutes about yourself so we get to meet you. Item 3 is the applicant then has 25 minutes to flout their portfolio and talk about their 5 projects. Very important. Not easy talking about a project and dealing with competencies over 5 minutes. So you've got to plan your full 25 minutes for the 5 projects and think where you're going to focus the competency that are most relevant to that scheme. And again, that trying to show a range of building types if you have relative to the complexities of your proposed registration type. And again, we'll help you with this. If you are confused in any way, we can guide you through this process. So pre-scrutiny, critical. Item 4 is intervene. So after your presentation of the 5 schemes, you've got to half an hour or so. And then the interview panel for the next 15 minutes, in other words, from half an hour to the 45-minute mark, they will ask you questions about your presentation. You will have to, or you should be able to flout your own presentation. So you'll be asked, as I'm doing at the moment, to share a screen. So be prepared to be able to share your presentation and run through it on the share screen option. That's normally on Zoom or Teams. I think Zoom is what we ordinarily use. And if you can't do that or don't have access to that, please get hold of the office and they will have your presentation that they will flout for you while you do the talking. And then item 5 is the applicant will depart the interview and the panel will discuss the findings. And thereafter, it takes quite a long time for reports to get done, sent back to the office, for them to be sent back for moderation and checking to the chairs of the various sessions, and then for that to have to go through to the council. And council only meets 4 times a year. So it's important to note that there's no quick yes or no at the end of the day. And that's, you have to wait a while. So you're waiting at least 1/4 of the year to get the yes or no, success or not, coming back to you. I just added in now, this is what the table that we had from the 5th term council, RPL sessions. And you'll see in the top block from left to right is draftspersons to technologists, technologists to senior techs, and at the bottom left to right is senior techs to professional architects. And what's important to note here is that you're getting a lot more success in the draftsperson to technologist group. And obviously, because this is a transformational exercise, we've included the different groupings are black, white, Asian, and colored. So you can see there's more men that are applying in most cases, and that's an area that we are hoping to address. You're also seeing that there are far more successes relative to applications in passing from draftsperson to technologists than there are from senior tech, because of the complexities and experiential training that you would have had across the range required for progression from senior tech to professional architect. So that just gives you a kind of a snapshot of we did a total last year, or this is when the chart was given to me last year, was of 87 applications that we had dealt with. And if you look at the successes in total, there were 32 out of the 87 were male, 8 were female, 33 male did not succeed, 6 female did not succeed, and then there were some that we were still dealing with either appeals or that the documentation hadn't been completed. So you'll see that at the bottom. So 87 applications, and that's me for the moment, Chair. Thank you. I'll take questions and hand back to you in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin Bingham, for that wonderful explanation. I hope it added value to our registered professionals who want to undertake the RPL process. So, Mr. Kevin, are you ready to answer some questions now?
I'm ready. So I'm going to read the questions out from someone that doesn't want to tell us who he or she is many of the practices do not use their documentation citing intellectual property. Even if you are the signatory on a plan, after 40 years in this industry, I, for one, are content with my lot, or anonymous is content. A lot of people aren't content, and we often have the story where they've had a fallout with their previous employer, or that the municipality won't give them an approved plan. And so we have helped people like this in the past. So usually via the SACAP office, we will send a letter to the various parties that you're having problems with to request the information. So there will be that pressure on them to provide something. So 40 years, I know how you feel, but not everyone's content with their lot, but I'm pleased you are. Honesty says, good morning. I've submitted my application for consent. I did not have a motivational letter from my mentor. Will that have, sorry, this is just blank my screen at the moment. Will that have negative impact on my application? Not necessarily so, Honesty. Can I add the motivational letter to an already submitted application that is awaiting review? Again, without seeing the letters or knowing the specifics about this, it would be wise to get hold of the office and for us to look at what evidence you have and be better guiding for you, I think. So let's deal with it outside of this context. Item next was from Andre. Morning, Andre. Morning says, just to expand on Christian's question, so only drawings stamped with local municipality stamps will be accepted as evidence. That is for special consent. Yes, I'm sure Councillor Dan will explain that and reasons for that. So it needs to be approved drawings. Yes, it can't be sketch plans or items like that in terms of special consent applications. So yes, if you don't have that, we have had applications like that before, where we defer the interviews until the person's managed to get the approved plan. Continuing, it says we do quite a bit of work outside of South Africa, so this is not always practical. So again, if you look at the policy, I'm almost certain, Councillor Dan, I think you will have to give guidance on that. I'm almost certain that it says work that's done in this country. We have recently had an application that was done on the east coast of Africa. That was, I think, that may have been an appeal. And so there is opportunity for you to argue that there, but make sure before you get in there, read the policy, make sure that you can present work from outside. But at my recollection, for special consent, and this is based on the limited special dispensation, that the work had to be done within the country. With RPL, that's different though, because many people have, as I mentioned earlier, studied overseas somewhere or worked overseas somewhere. And so there is opportunity there for you to apply work that was done outside of the country in that area. Also, a lot of our projects have gotten to sketch plans, but no further. Can we submit that? Not for special consents, unfortunately not. I know that's not what you want to hear.
Mr. Bingham, can I
Yes.
just interrupt you here?
Yeah.
The question to Mr. Bingham, if the application is successful, can that recognition be taken overseas or to neighboring countries? No, so our special, RPL and the special consent is specific for South Africa. So whatever documentation SACAP gives you when you are successful will only be valid in South Africa. So just something for you to take note of. So if you want recognition overseas, you'll have to go the formal route, that is via a recognized architectural learning site. Thank you. I hope that answers your question, Michael Bastos. Back to you, Kevin Bingham.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Michael. So I know you can't take that overseas, although we do have what is called the Canberra Accord, but that relates to the 5-year master's degree that is portable. So yeah, thanks, Councillor. Isaac Swanepoel has said, do you have any record of the age for the applications? I'm not sure of your question, but I'm sure if it's of your age or whether it's the age of the municipal submissions. So if it's the age, as mentioned, it can be any age of drawings or the submissions. It's you showing your work experience. That's in special consent. If you're doing RPL, it can be any work, but as was mentioned earlier, the word recent is there, and so there's a leaning on recent work. But if you don't have that and you want to argue your case for older age things, then that's it. If it's your age you're talking about, no, there's no age limit for anyone applying. So I'm not certain on what you're asking, but anyway, I think I've answered that. Dennis Smith says, I've been in architecture and construction for more than 30 years. I've worked on many different types of projects, from individual residential developments, multi-story commercial developments. I don't see where that goes. So yeah, again, it's showing what your experience is. It's good that you have a broad range of experience. And again, my recommendation, as always, is to make use of pre-scrutiny for the office to be able to guide you, and they'll send it to one of us to have a look over, to be guiding. So give yourself enough lead time. What the office, and if Nita speaks, she'll tell you that she gets all the documentation or most of the documentation at the 11th hour, where there's often not time to pre-scrutinize the work, and we are then only presented with the work at times the day before we do the interview. So it's not helpful to you, and if you can provide yourself adequate lead time to get the information to show, as what Dennis is saying, all this, in his case, 30 years of experience, that is going to be helpful to you and to the interviewing panel. Next question, and jump in, Dan, whenever you want. Wesley says, good morning. Morning, Wes. Thank you very much. I work with an architect and have been in the same office for the last 11 years. Just himself and the architect. I'm registered as a draftsperson. Most of my projects are schools, churches. Can I use these in my portfolio? Definitely you can. And apply to upgrade to a technologist? Yes, you can. You need to show what work you've done and what learning, because you'll be questioned on what you understand. And this again related to what I showed earlier about how what experience or what knowledge you should have for the category of technologists, which would be the one that you're applying for. So read those, what's being asked of you, understand what the next category in your case would be, technologist, what's required of you, and whether it's knowledge, understanding, ability, skills, whatever, and be able to show what you've learned under your mentor in the office, who in this case is an architect, and show that, and I'm sure it'll work well for you. It says, can I use these in my portfolio? I said yes, and apply to upgrade to a tech, and should it be more in line with the scope of a technologist using small projects? Yeah, again, look and see what the projects that you're allowed to do as a technologist, and not to say that small projects are not complex. So look at the complexities as well in whatever you have to show, and if you need guidance, please ask again before you arrive there and walk away disappointed at the end. So let us help you before. Samantha says, when can we apply for RPL process, and when does the council review presentations? You can apply anytime. It's online. You can go to the website and make your application. So it's all listed for you there. I'm just going to turn my phone off. It's ringing. And then when do we do these things? Well, when there's enough applications and enough portfolio evidence, we then set up one of these sessions. We try to do one per quarter. And again, it could be if there's 5 applications, we'll sit and look at the 5. There's generally at least 3 people on your interview panel. Sometimes there are more. And so it's pointless doing interview sessions for one person. We need to have a group of them to make headway for one and to make it worthwhile of having to sit in. And then if there are lots of people and lots of evidence, we may have 2 or 3 panels as we had in the past, and it may be over 1 or 2 days. So get your application, and the answer to your question would be quarterly, I think, but it could be done more often. So we may have more than 1 in a quarter, depending on applications and evidence. So I hope that answers your question. Dan?
Councillor, may I come in? I think just to add, value to the other applicants that are here or potential applicants who may have attended this session, is that as soon as you feel confident that you are ready to submit your portfolio of evidence or undertake an RPL process, that's when you are actually ready to start the review process. And, SACAP has timelines, and the office will be able to assist you with that timeline. So don't react because you think you are ready for an RPL process when you are not ready. So there's a lot of preparation work before you actually submit your applications for RPL consideration. So we are encouraging all RPs to actually, in the course of doing their architectural work, start identifying the work that they want to present for discussion or present for discussion at the RPL committee. So you don't wait for the last minute to actually put your portfolio together. So if you have decided that you want to upgrade via the RPL process, you start preparing your documentation from now. You identify the projects, you look at the SACAP 10 competencies, you look at the 6 work stages, and you start preparing your documentation. And then once you have done that confidently, then you can apply for the RPL process. We're also finding that we receive in many incomplete applications because applicants suddenly think that they want an upgrade because they're going to they need to do a project or there's an opportunity to do a project at a higher category. So we are appealing to the RPs to please prepare your work well in advance. If you leave it for the last minute and when you come before the panel, you might feel disappointed. However, that disappointment is not a permanent one. We encourage all RPs to actually once they get the reasons for them not being successful, to actually go back and improve on that. But if I am assuming that the RPs that are attending this webinar today are actually interested in undertaking RPL process, therefore our appeal from SACAP is start preparing your documentation from now. Identify the projects in terms of the type of work that you want to do at the next category of registration, and then work on it, align it to the 6 work stages. I think we're going to touch base, on the 6 work stages a little later, and just show which of the 3 work stages, we're finding lots of gaps. So my appeal is to the applicants is to start, if you want to undertake an RPL process, start preparing your documentation from now, and maybe in a year's time you will be ready, your documents will be ready, your information will be ready. The type of query, we will also give you ideas of the type of questions we will be asking you, so you'll be able to be well prepared when you present yourself before the committee. Back to you, Councillor.
Yeah, Councillor, we do have what people online who want to ask some questions. Can I let them in?
Yep.
Okay, we'll start with Roshan, followed by Jackie, followed by Mulela Ndou, then Dennis Matthew. Smith, sorry. In that order, please.
Sorry,
Yes.
Roshan, yes, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I've been in the industry for about 35 years now, and I've done various RPL applications, all been unsuccessful. I understand this is the new way that it's going, and I appreciate that putting a portfolio together will be helpful to evaluate that. So what I wanted to check is, uh, because you don't undertake specific buildings, like for instance, if you do a prison or you do a police station or you do a hospital, you don't do that every 5 years. You might have done that 10 years ago, but you have that experience. And I think that kind of variation of experience is, in my opinion, what's important in terms of the RPL. So how does one do that when we are talking about recent projects?
Thanks, Roshan. Good question. And I think I did touch on it a bit earlier. So the word recent is there, but as you've mentioned, the RPL was set up for addressing the omissions of the past. And so it's important that you, and as you've described, have had experience. Doesn't matter how long ago, as long as it's your experience and your involvement, and you can show what you did on those projects, all of that will be taken into account. Disappointed to hear that you haven't had success, and it's something that we're busy dealing with at the moment, because we're finding we don't want this to be a closed door at the end of the day. So the CPD committee is currently looking at ways and possible modules to be able to bring in for people that don't have success across the 10 competencies. And as I mentioned, there are some competencies which are harder to achieve at certain levels than others. So we're looking to see whether there's modules that are offered at universities. We've got cases of where UKZN, I was sitting on a presentation earlier this morning, UKZN are doing part-time courses in the upper degree for people to be able to work and upgrade at the same time. So we're looking for many avenues for people to be able to upgrade where they just haven't had the experience in those building types that you've spoken about. But in your case, it sounds like you have. So you can bring into your portfolio older work as well. And the panel will look at that. I hope that answers you, Roshan.
I think that that's answered my question.
So, Councillor, may I just also add to that? I think it's actually disappointing to hear that Roshan has tried, several attempts to actually undertake an RPL process. We as the committee, will encourage Roshan to submit another application, and we will assist you in actually trying to make sure that any gaps, that we identified previously can be closed. If you're experiencing challenges, please communicate with SACAP, and we will see how we can assist you by referring you to a voluntary association who may have those modules in place, and where you can undertake some of those learning programs to actually close those gaps. And importantly, Roshan, and to all the other applicants or potential applicants that are here today, is that in terms of your education and training, at a learning site or however so acquired, is that you may not be trained on every specific building type, because when you see the new IDOW that's going to be published shortly or coming to comment, shortly, we've added more building typologies there, and you may not necessarily have done that at a learning site or or during your office experience. So, however, you must be able to demonstrate your ability to do research. So this is something that we want to see from the applicants, their ability to do research on any building type or building typology, and demonstrate in terms of awareness, understanding, knowledge that in the course of me acquiring a project, I can actually do the research and then come up with the solutions that is required to make sure that the buildings we design are safe, for the safe, and the end user can actually use those buildings, correctly. So something that all applicants need to be aware of is that you need to demonstrate your ability to do the research to actually demonstrate compliance. Back to you, Councillor.
Thanks. And back to you, Manesi. Who's next? Malala?
Thank you, thank you. Maybe you have explained this, I just didn't get it, but then I wanted to get of the time frame when it comes to upgrading from the professional architectural draftsperson to architectural technologist. Is it 3 years after being registered as a professional draftsperson to go to professional technologist, or is it 5 years? Because I'm getting two different documents, of which the other one says 3 years, the other one says 5 years. Just a clarity on that one. Thank you.
Thanks, Malala, for the question. So we're talking recognition of prior learning here. So the issue you're talking about, I think, is going from a candidate's, well, that's what I'm understanding anyway. So as a draftsperson, it's ordinarily 3 years from your registration as a candidate draftsperson to you being able to register as a professional, and maybe the office should be answering this question better than I can. So the RPL is a immediate thing, something that you deal with. Sorry,
Mr. Gill,
yes.
Can I just interrupt you there? The RPL is only if you registered in your current professional category for 3 years. So you have to be, in this case, this person has got to be registered as a professional architectural draftsperson for 3 years before he can apply to be registered for an RPL for the next stage.
Thanks,
So,
Nita.
So Ms. Nita,
Okay.
sorry, Councillor. So Ms. Nita, will this be applicable for all the other categories of registration, i.e. the technologist, the senior, and the senior tech as well?
It is.
Okay.
And I think that is where the confusion comes in, because a few years ago, it varied for the different categories of registration. And then we standardized it. So it's after 3 years for all categories of registration. So you have to be registered in your current category as a professional for 3 years before you can apply for RPL.
Thanks,
And
Nita.
something that we must probably, sorry, while I'm talking now, that I thought of, Mr. Bingham, while you were doing your presentation, the applicants must also just know at one stage, some people were registered directly as professionals, so they didn't go through the candidacy and the internship and wrote the professional practice exam. If it comes to the actual upgrade after successfully going through an RPL, you will have to show proof that you passed the professional practice exam as well. So you either have to then write it or show that you've done it in the past. And in the case of draftspersons, they would normally only have written the first paper. They must then go and write the second paper as well. We often find that people do it all simultaneously. So while they're preparing to do the RPL, they write the exam so long.
Thanks, Nita.
So just to reiterate, Anita, is that for those applicants who have not written the RPL, who have not written the professional practice exam, once they have been successful in their upgrade, they actually need to write that professional practice exam. Is that the understanding?
That's correct. That is correct. If they haven't done so in the past, they will have to do so. If they haven't written paper 2 in the past, they will be required to do that as well.
So potential applicants, please take note of that. It's something that you need to also prepare. So look out for the voluntary associations that are doing preparation work for the board exams. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor.
Thanks.
I
Malala, does
come
that
in?
answer your question? Yes.
Oh, yes. I just wanted clarity here. I think now I was on this workshop thinking that I need to go through the RPL route as well. I have been a candidate for the past 3 years, and I wrote my PPE exam, passed both paper 1 and 2, and then I was upgraded to the professional draftsperson. And now, next month on the 17th, I will be now on my 3rd year after registered as a professional draftsperson. So I wanted to know when I need now to upgrade to be a professional technologist, I do not need to go through the RPL route. I just need to have my paper 1 and 2 exam passed, as I did pass, and apply for upgrade without the RPL route. I'm not sure if you are getting my question right.
Nita, can I answer?
No, sir. You are then a candidate for the RPL. You've now been registered then for 3 years as a professional draftsperson. You've passed both papers of the professional practice exam. You will then still have to go through the RPL process.
All right. So that RPL process, I have to now start it after 3 years being registered as a professional draftsperson.
That's correct.
Okay.
And when you
Okay.
wrote the exams, did you write paper 1 and paper 2?
Yes, I wrote and passed the paper 1 and 2 of PPE. And now
Because
I've been
a
practicing
lot
as
of
a
times,
professional.
of times the candidate draftspersons will only write paper 1 because that is all that is required from them. But you did the clever thing and wrote both of them.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so, but you'll
All
have to
right.
then apply for an RPL.
And I will only be eligible to do that RPL next month after having 3 years practicing as a architectural, a
Yes, yes,
professional draftsperson.
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. I'm clear now.
Good luck, Mbala.
Okay, and we are
Next.
encouraging you to please submit your application. We're looking forward to actually interviewing you in maybe 6 months' time or 3 months' time. So please, we encourage you to submit that application. Thank you.
Next up, we've got Jackie.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, hi Nita as well. Actually, I had an interesting conversation just now previously, because when I did the RPL, I could only write paper 1. There was paper 2, but because I was a draftsperson, I couldn't write paper 2, so I didn't know that was an option. With that said, question, I know I did it a couple of years ago. Do I have to pay the same fees for doing writing paper 2? That's the one question. Okay, then the other question I'm asking for is the time frame on the stuff. We did this RPL thing last year. I think last year, June and July as well. I think you're the one presented. I did my application, filled in everything. Then the new system came online. I did it in first. I did it. Sorry. Hello.
You can hear you.
Sorry, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So I did my application online last year, and so the new system came in, I think, in August. So the old stuff was scrapped. So I registered myself on the new system. You can go check. It's registered on the 3rd of October. It's now almost, we're going on into another year of doing this. I just want to know how long is the process, because it's more than 6 months. We're going too close. We're going to go to a year now for my assessment, because I've paid everything up. The fees is paid, everything. The project is submitted. I'm ready for that, but I just want to know how long it's going to take. So, and the other question I asked you, that I think previously the guy asked with the age thing. I think he asked, like, if you had, let's say, for instance, you did registered now as a professional draftsperson within 3 years. Sorry.
Manoko, can you mute yourself, please? Manoko.
So within 3 years, I can apply for an upgrade. So that goes for everything else. Your age doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're 25 or 52. Still the same process, same application. And I think that's my final question. That's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. The ages.
Jay, can you allow me to answer the first part of the question, Jackie? Hi.
Yeah, Nita.
Please go ahead.
Your application is most definitely with us. I'm waiting for your portfolio.
I have submitted it. It's online. Literally, I've emailed it and I've submitted online. Even the guy I spoke to was Thabo Semenya. He's the guy who assisted me with everything.
Oh,
Mr.
okay. Then it
So,
didn't come to me. I've got your application. I will ask for your portfolio then.
I can
Thank you.
email you right
I
now.
was not aware that you submitted the portfolio.
Okay, Mr. Jackie, we're going to take this conversation offline. Nita from the office will communicate with you, and we will try and track and see where the blockage has taken place. And I'm sure she will assist you ASAP to actually resolving this. So Jackie, so Nita, will you follow up with Jackie and make sure that this application is processed and all the
I
outstanding
will
documents
surely do that.
are submitted.
I
Are
will
submitted
surely.
to be submitted to
I
USC.
suggest. Sorry, I don't have an answer for you on the exam fees. I will find that out for you as well. I
Okay, thank
suggest
you.
that you can, in the meantime, register for the upcoming exams. I think it's in October again.
Okay, I will do that.
I'll find out about the fees for you.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck, Jackie. Hope to see you soon on the interview. Dennis Smith.
I'm sorry, just one last question.
Yeah.
The time frame, you said only 4 times a year. So it takes you, like, is it 4 times after assessment, or is it like within 4 months you'll get the answer of upgrade?
No, so it depends on when the interviews are done. So we, as Nita said, when the portfolios are there and applications are done and we've got adequate to set up a panel, and we've had times where we've had 3 days or 2 days of interviews and that where there were lots of panels and a lot of applicants, but now applications are relatively slow. And so we don't have the batch and we've got to wait for a batch to come through. So yours might be in and ready, but we're waiting for 4 more, for example. And so as soon as they're ready, Nita sets up a date for on people's availability to do the interview. And when that happens, again, the quarterly council meetings are set every year and those don't change. So you could do your interview a day before a council meeting, which would mean that it wouldn't be sent to council. You'd have to wait for the next council meeting. So it's difficult to answer that question. It depends on when you fall between council meetings and how quickly the panel does your responses. There is a timeline on the interviewers sending through their reports and for Nita to do those. So it's ordinarily within a quarter, but it may go to half a year.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Good luck, as I said. Dennis?
Dennis, the floor.
Dennis is not ready, then Lungelo. Lungelo?
It looks like we don't have other questions from the floor. Or are we missing any other questions?
We've got Gregory waving his hand there.
Oh, okay. Thank
Hi,
you.
everyone.
Hi,
Good
Greg.
morning. Yeah, I just wanted to ask Kevin, I actually applied just over a year ago for the RPL process, but obviously due to time constraints and work on commitments, I haven't been able to submit a portfolio yet. But what I wanted to ask is, over time, obviously I've developed with projects and that, and I see that a mix of projects is more is required. So what I wanted to ask is it too late to change your list of projects, or is that something I would just need to notify
Never
Nita
too
about?
late. Never too late.
Okay.
Just as long as we get them for let's say, hopefully we have a pre-scrutiny, so send them in before time so that Nita can send them around to the pre-scrutineer, and then that can be even further guidance to you. But yeah, any time, and obviously once everything's batched and that, you shouldn't arrive on the day, or preferably shouldn't arrive on the day and say, oh, well, I've got a whole new set of drawings, because it means that the interviewers would have been through whatever's been submitted to them. So don't leave it to the 11th hour is what I'm saying.
Chair, can I just add
thank you.
to that?
Yes, Nita.
Anita here. I would suggest that you fill in a new application so that you do the self-assessment on your new projects, that we don't have a self-assessment for old projects and then an application for new projects. But we can carry the phase 1 payment over to the new application.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay, so anyone who during the course of their work experience acquired done different building typologies and have not submitted the evidence, there is an opportunity for you to fill in a new application, and if you have made payments, the office will then transfer that payment to your new application. So we are encouraging Gregory to please submit your portfolio of evidence, and we're looking forward to interviewing you shortly. Back to you, Councillor.
Thanks. I'm just trying to get rid of the questions and answers. I see that. Who's that?
Lungelo, are you ready? Good morning.
Yes, I'm ready. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Yes, I just have a question. I have two questions. The first is regarding the pre-scrutiny. So how much does it cost to do a pre-scrutiny? And how long does it take? And also maybe the overall of the process, maybe moving from category PR, senior architectural technologists to PR architects. How long does that process take? First question. And then the second question, should I wait?
I think Nita can answer that question for you.
Should I go on with this?
How long in the process?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Lungelo. The payment at this stage, it might change quite soon. The payment in this stage is still for phase 1, separate from phase 2. So you submit your application, which is phase 1, and you pay. And please, my apologies, I don't have the new fees in front of me, but it's around about 300 to 500 rand for phase 1. And then phase 2 is varied, and it will cost you about 5,000 rand for the actual assessment. So you pay twice, and then obviously you pay for the upgrade afterwards as well. And as Kevin said earlier, to give you a time frame for the application and how long it will take is very, very difficult. It depends largely on how many portfolios we've got, because we can't structure it for 1 or 2 applicants. We need a whole day's worth of applicants before we schedule the assessments. And then it goes to the committee and it goes to council for approval as well. So I would say give yourself up to 6 months for the finalization of your assessment outcome. What I also struggle with sometimes is, like yesterday, I had an instance where a person, his outcome has been ready for over a year, but he hadn't paid for phase 2, so obviously we can't give him the outcome. So in his case, it took over a year for him to get the outcome. But yeah, I would say submit your application as quickly as possible and start working on your portfolio immediately.
Okay.
Thank you, Nita. Do you have another question?
Thank you so much. Yes, the second one, okay, I just want to acknowledge and appreciate the work that you have done. Kevin, it was a good presentation. I appreciate that you also shared demographics at the end in terms of how many people progresses with different categories. I don't know if you saw, but it's a bit worrying if you look at the demographics of certain groups which I consider disadvantaged. where the success rate is about 20%, and with another group is about 50% success rate. I don't know whether SECAP is actually checking on this, and maybe is there anything done with regards to that, also to also promote your transformation. Thanks.
Lungelo, excellent question. And that's all we think about when we come to our council meetings and when we deal with these things as well. Because as I started by saying, the reason that RPL was brought to existence was to deal with transformation. And as we've seen more recently, or in the middle of my time dealing with this, it definitely, those numbers that you made reference to and the percentages, particularly in the last council, the applications started falling off, and it was quite evident to us that people who had the opportunity to work in a large architectural practice would have had so much more experience than others that had done some studying or whatever and gone out to work on their own and not have had that experience. It didn't apply across all of the race groups. We had, for example, some white women who were senior technologists and had focused their lives on just doing municipal submission drawings and that, then so they didn't get progress as well. But it is definitely a concern. We're dealing with it at the universities as well, and that's this is not RPL I'm talking about now, but it's got a thing that is that in terms of a race, there's a good transformation happening in the lower degrees and the bachelor's degree and that, but when you get to output at the end of the master's degree, the numbers fall off there as well. So we're busy. There's research going on as to why that happens with the universities, and there's research going on as to why this happens with RPL as well. But because RPL is recognition of prior learning and the 10 competencies are given to us to deal with, that's often, as I said earlier, where the pitfalls happen. And also, as I said earlier, we're trying to address that now through the CPD committee to bring in modules that can be offered by either service providers or academic institutions, or just CPD courses that are focused on that. So we've had cases in the past where people have applied and there's been shortfalls, and we've said, consider doing, and say in design, for example, consider doing a course in design. And for example, and I use one that we used a year or so ago, CPUT in Cape Town do an online course, or had an online course where you could do design modules. So if the interview panel felt that you could be upgraded, but you needed more experience in some aspect of that, we would try and make reference to a course for you to be able to do, to then come back and say, I've done that course, can I be upgraded? So we are 100% cognizant of what you're referring to, and we're working at it all the time. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for that detailed explanation. I think just to reinforce is that SACAP is actually have taken note of the discrepancies, or I'm not sure whether the word discrepancy is correct, but we have taken note of the low numbers from our historically disadvantaged individuals, and therefore we are trying to put these programs together now to ensure that we address these imbalances that we have been observing. And we're also encouraging our, professionals to actually, undertake RPL processes. And if you're having any challenges, please communicate with the SACAP office, and we will try and assist you wherever we can. I think the biggest lifetime or real-time test that SACAP has undertaken was in the LSD application process. And once that, that process has been closed now, and once we have actually addressed all the the comebacks of the inquiries regarding those who were unsuccessful, we'll be able to actually have a better understanding of where or why we had such a low uptake, or why we had such a high failure rate. And from there, we as SACAP will definitely address this. And I think our key objective here is transformation, and to make sure that we leave no one behind. So please be confident in SACAP, and we will address these issues. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor. I'm not. I don't. So we have any other questions online? Sorry, not online
Yeah.
in
We've
vocal,
got
but we have a
73.
lot of.
Yeah,
have a lot
I
of-
think if Dennis can come in, then we can go to the program and we'll take questions later.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis, can you come in, please? Smith. Okay, through you, Chair, I'm sure we can proceed with the program and take questions later.
Okay.
Dan, do you want to do a presentation on your experience with
Okay.
LSD? And we'll come back
Okay,
to questions
I'll
as
be
has been proposed.
okay. I'll be brief with mine because I think you have covered, most of the discussion topics that I would have touched base on. So basically, I think I have been introduced. I'm the chairperson of the RPL committee and the registration RPL committee and a council member and a committee member of the IDOW committee. I think it is important to take note that, when we did the LSD applications, we found lots of gaps, in that process. And I think the reason why we want to highlight this now is that your special consent application is going to follow a similar pattern to that of the LSD application. So firstly, we want to thank all the applicants who actually undertook the LSD, who took up the opportunity to upgrade to seek exemption via the LSD application process. And we had some very wonderful portfolios. We were actually thrilled with it, with the quality of the work, the presentation, and all of those sorts of things. However, we are also extremely disappointed with the quality of applications that we also received. We can't ignore that. And I think there were two. We have identified two focus points here. One is that the applications that were submitted by some registered professionals were of an extremely poor quality. And then secondly, we have identified that the municipalities have really lowered the bar, and we were shocked that approved plans that were being submitted to us for validation and approval did not meet the minimum standards as prescribed in the National Building Regulations and the national standards. So unfortunately, because of the way the wording was, written out, or the way the policy was written out, that you submit an approved plan, and then you will be automatically upgraded. However, I think going forward, we're going to actually be scrutinizing those plans and not allowing inferior sub-quality, technical drawings to be submitted to us for approval or validation. So you're saying going forward, in your special consent application, we are appealing to you to please ensure that you must exceed the minimum requirements prescribed by the NBR and the National Building, by the NBR and the SAN standards, because your drawings actually. So what we found is that applications that were submitted to us met the minimum requirements for approval. However, at construction phase, there were no supporting documents that were submitted to say, listen, whilst we submitted the minimum requirements for an approved plan, there's our additional workshop drawings that will exceed that minimum standard. So something that you need to take note of when you are submitting drawings for your special consent is please ensure that if you have met the minimum, if your technical drawings are reflecting minimum information, make sure that your construction drawings, you have construction drawings that are actually showing the details, and which empowers the contractors to actually fulfill their construction obligation as well. And one of the things is that I just want to mention here is that we had this tornado in Tongaat, and I have been on the ground for the full 5 days now, since that tornado. And what is glaring from my lived experience there is that there were lots of design errors, either by the RP or through the construction process by the builder or the contractor. So I think this discussion did take place yesterday, where we are going to issue some kind of a practice notice now to make sure that our RPs actually conform to the highest standards now, and I think the minimum requirement is not something that we're going to accept going forward. So in terms of my experience on the LSD committee is that one, we are saying that when you submit documentation, we have observed firstly that you are not identifying the building type, so you're leaving that discretion to the committee to decide. And then we're saying that your fate now lies in our hands, although it is your application, it is your request to upgrade, or it is your request for an exemption. So we are appealing to you to please make sure that when you submit your documentation to us for validation, you identify your building. Is it, identify the building type, the usage, so that we don't have to make a determination on your behalf, or we don't have to refer the plan back to you for additional supporting documentation. That was one of the things that we actually were challenged with in the LSD validation process, is that the applicants left placed too much of burden on the team that was actually processing those applications to make determinations on behalf of the applicant. So it is up to you to actually make sure that you provide us with adequate information so that we can validate that process, and we can actually grant you the exemption that you seek. And then secondly is that we also found that the quality of the presentations was very poor. And we're saying going forward, I think we're going to be very strict with this, with our public protection mandate. If your work is of a poor quality, we may not consider that, taking into account that we had recent, buildings collapsing in George, and there were some disasters that took place in Bolito and things like that. So we're going to be monitoring closely now, the quality and the standard of your drawings, because SACAP has a public protection mandate, and I think we're going to be strictly enforcing that. And you need to demonstrate all of that in your architectural drawings or in your construction drawings when you are communicating that to the client. And then in terms of the LSD as well, we found that in work stage 1 and work stage 2, our applicants were omitting that, and they were not demonstrating, the work stages. So we found gaps in work stage 1, work stage 2, work stage 4.2, work stage 5, and work stage 6. So we're encouraging, all our applicants to please, make sure that you go for the workshops. You understand the SACAP 6 work stages. The SACAP 6 work stages is available on the website. You go through that, you understand how you apply that in your drawings. And when you're submitting an application, you need to demonstrate to the committee that you have the ability to undertake any building typology, factoring into or taking into account the 6 work stages. So I know that the agenda did say that we're going to discuss the 6 work stages. I think Councillor Bingham has touched on it. The time factor for us to go through all of the 6 work stages in detail, the time doesn't permit us to do that today, but we will do a separate workshop on the 6 work stages to actually show you what core tasks need to be performed at each work stage. So you're looking at work stage 1, just to give you a highlight here is that at each work stage you need to demonstrate what outcomes needs to be achieved. And we look at work stage 1, inception. So I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but just to highlight some of the things. So when you submitting an application, you need to show us how you appraise the client's brief. You need to show the report, how you dealt with the client's requirements. So that starts with the client's brief, the site rights and constraints, the budgetary constraints, the need for consultants, the project program, the methods of contracting, and other statutory authority applications that are required. So, however, when we heard Councillor Bingham state that you actually technically have half an hour to present or argue your case in front of us, you know, you may not be able to actually speak on all of these things, but we encourage you to on each of your projects maybe identify work stage 1 or work stage 2 or work stage 4.2 or 6, and then just speak on it. But in your documentation that you submit to us or in your portfolio of evidence, please show all of those things. I know the LSD gave you an option to work stage 4.1, that's municipal approval, and then to work stage 6, that's close out. However, in your special consent, especially with RPL, there's no you know, work stage 4.2 or 4.1. You need to demonstrate you have the ability to actually undertake a project from inception to close out, and when you do that, even though you don't have the time to speak about it, we as the panelists will be able to look at at your evidence that you submitted, and then do a determination and say, okay, this applicant you know, has the ability to actually take on a project from work stage 1 to close out. So that's something that you need to be mindful of. You know, the 6 work stages. I think SACAP has those work stages on the website, and we have done our research. So when I did this, I did a presentation before, and I looked at the REBA documentation as well, and I've done and I've incorporated additional items into our work stages as well that will add value to the applicants. But however, we're not going to discuss all of those things today. I will speak to the SACAP office to see whether we can do a separate workshop on the 6 work stages, because that actually will take up about half a day to a full day session. And then when you look at work stage 2, concept and viability, this was also been omitted in the submission process. And we are appealing to our applicants to please, demonstrate that they have the ability to do concept and viability, and the core tasks to be achieved. Just to highlight some of the core tasks that the applicant needs to demonstrate is that you need to prepare an initial design, the intended space provisions and planning relationships, the proposed material, intended building services, technical and functional characteristics of the design. You need to show us, how did you consult with the local, how did you demonstrate compliance with the local and statutory authorities' requirements. You also, how did you review, things like that, and then work states. I think our applicants were actually from work stage 3. We did not find much problems. So design development 4.1 documentation for local authority approval was. Many of the applicants submitted technical drawings that were of extremely high quality and showed sufficient information beyond that of the minimum requirement. So I think we are appealing to our applicants going forward is that do not submit drawings with minimum requirements for municipal approval if you are not doing construction detailed drawings. So if you're doing construction detailed drawings, then the minimum standard is fine. If you're not submitting construction detailed drawings, then you need to exceed that minimum requirement. And I think the other one that we finding gaps on was in work stage 4.2, that is the complete construction documentation. I'm not going to actually go into too much detail here. We're going to leave that for another day, for another topic. So basically, we're looking at the bid adjudication process, prepare specifications for the works, complete technical documentation, sufficient for tender, obtain offers for the execution of the works, evaluate offers and recommend on awarding of the building contract. So when you're submitting your application form, you need to show us your preparation work, and you need to show us that you're actually capable and you're competent of actually doing the work beyond 4.1. And this is what we are looking for in your portfolio of evidence. So some of our applicants may have done that, but because they focused on submitting technical drawings at 4.1 for municipal approval, they may have found themselves at a disadvantage or their applications have been referred. And then I think in that referral letter, we identify the gaps, and some of them were able to close the gaps by submitting a second application. And I think in many instances they were successful. And those who did not submit, obviously, we're not doing the work stages as prescribed by SACAP. So, so we're encouraging members to please familiarize yourself with the SACAP 6 work stages. I know that the Councillor Bingham has touched extensively on the competencies. I think the 6 work stages is equally important as the competencies. So when you're doing an RPL process, or when you're doing a special consent process, you need to treat it like you're going to an architectural learning site, because you know the outcomes that we're going to measure, you're going to measure you against a standard, and that standard is the SACAP 10 competencies and the 6 work stages. So I think on work stage 4.2 we've covered that. Work stage 5, construction documentation. So this relates to the construction management process, the administration of the building contract, the handover or the possession of the site to the contractor, issuing of construction documentations, initiate or check on subcontract design and documentation, inspect the works for conformity. So there's a whole lot of things that you need to actually, they are core tasks that you need to do. So you need to demonstrate to us as the committee or as the panel that you are capable and competent of executing work stage 5. That's your construction process. And we then asking you, if you have not done this, you need to actually attend workshops and then try and then close those gaps by demonstrating to us that you have the ability, you have the knowledge, the awareness, and the understanding to actually do this. And I think work stage 6 closeout is also another gap that we identified. So the closeout and handover, your simplest project has a closeout and has a handover. That means that you're going to facilitate the project closeout, including the preparation of the necessary documentation to effect completion, handover, and an operations manual of the project. So if you're doing a complex work, especially those from a senior technologist who wants to upgrade to architect level, your closeout documentation, your operational manuals, and all of those other technical documentation is very important, and you need to submit that together with your portfolio of evidence. Even though within that 25-minute time frame, you may not have the opportunity to actually discuss that in detail. However, we as the committee have access to your portfolio of evidence, I think 14 days before you meet with us. So we actually go through your documentation. We familiarize yourself with your application. We familiarize yourself with your portfolio of evidence. And when you're submitting to us, we already know in advance that, okay, this applicant has complied with the minimum requirements as specified in our policy document. The applicant has demonstrated that they are capable and competent of executing the work from work stage 1 to work stage 6. The applicant is competent of actually complying with is actually competent in actually undertaking work as prescribed in the 10 competencies that is required. And I think the other thing that applicants need to be familiar with. So if you are a professional senior architectural technologist, and you want to upgrade to architect, you need to look at the IDOW. I think the IDOW has the outcomes there. I'm just going to highlight some of them. So if you're a senior technologist for building structures, your formal process as a technologist, you need an understanding of the basic structure, the ability to integrate structures and building design. However, when you look at to perform work as a professional architect under building structures, you need an understanding, you need an ability to integrate structures and building design. You need an understanding of calculations on the structural aspects of the building. So when you are submitting your portfolio to us, you need to familiarize yourself and demonstrate this in your construction drawings or even be able to answer the tough questions that the panelists may pose to you. And then when you look at contextual and urban relationships, I think Councillor Bingham has touched on this as well, and he has highlighted some of the concerns or some of the gaps that we looked at. So when you look at, again, at a senior technologist, the knowledge and awareness, and then when you look at knowledge of critical urban issues, here it speaks about in architect, to become an architect, you look at understanding of the basic spatial functional and aesthetic aspects appropriate to urban design. So you're looking at your minimum, your ability now starts to ramp up. And this is where you need to demonstrate to us that you have that ability to actually do that kind of thing. So we're encouraging the applicants, besides submitting a portfolio of evidence of the work that you have done or the experience that you acquired at your work environment, you need to familiarize yourself with the SACAP documents that is out there, and you need to align and demonstrate your ability based on that, because when you present yourself to the committee, we will be asking you those questions to actually see that you're not only demonstrating your work experience, but you're demonstrating other academic experiences. And then when you look at the SACAP, the reason I'm focusing on the senior tech to architect, I think that's where we have a very high failure rate. And we are encouraging our applicants now to understand all of the suite of documents that SACAP has put out there for you to enhance your knowledge base. And the good thing, for our potential RPL candidates is to take note of that our senior technologist is equivalent to a CAA Part 1, and our professional architect is equivalent to a CAA Part 2. I'm not sure Kevin Bingham at a later stage will actually expand on that. So please look at all of the suite of documents we have, familiarize yourselves with it, and then and then make sure when you come here, you then are well prepared. And just to give you some background on the type of questions that we would ask. So when the panelist looks at your drawings, they will identify issues in your drawings. Some panelists may identify that you demonstrated incorrectly how you complied with Part S, or another panelist may identify that you failed to comply with Part T, that's fire. Another panelist may identify that you fail to comply with Part W, or not Part W, with the walls. So they will ask you questions, why did you not do that? And you need to explain, the reasons why you chose, why you did not comply with those things, or the reason why there is a gap there. So please make sure that when you come here, you are well prepared, for that process. However, we don't want to scare you at the same time. So especially, I'm actually focusing on the senior tech to architect level, because we are saying this is where it is a stringent process. It is not a walk in the park. There are minimum standards that you have to meet. I think for the draftsman, please don't be discouraged. We are welcoming you to submit your application forms, your applicants. For the technologists as well, we encouraging you to submit your application form. But for the senior tech, please, we are appealing to you to actually make sure that your drawings and your portfolio of evidence is of an extremely high standard, not the minimum standard. We're not going to accept anything that is minimum standard. We want you to make sure that you can perform at a very extremely high standard. And I'm just looking for some questions here, just to show you. I just want to show you some of the types of questions we may ask you, especially at a technical level, at an architect, from a senior tech to an architect level. Let me just see I'm just looking for something. So it says here, one potential question we may ask you is state what mix of architectural knowledge you applied in the solution of the well-defined architectural problem. You need to state which principles and laws were used. So this is where we're saying at an architect level, you wanting to upgrade an architect level, you need to identify, tell us what problems, when you were designing this project, what problems you encountered and how you went about to solve it. During the construction of that project, you may have encountered certain challenges. Explain those challenges to us and then demonstrate how you solve those challenges, something very important for you to do. Then it says describe how you analyze the material, components, systems or processes used and provide the motivation for the specific selection. So these types of questions I've seen come up on many occasions when applicants were interviewed and panelists asked these types of questions, especially when projects were done on heritage sites and on site-sensitive sites and where local material was used and where you deviated from the minimum, construction methods and things. So when you're submitting those types of portfolios, be prepared to answer the tough questions. Okay, they're not tough questions if you actually applied your mind and you knew why you chose those materials and why you chose that design solution. So our panel will just be checking that you are very aware or you are familiar with why you did what you did. And then another question may arise is describe how you analyzed and defined a problem and identified the architectural knowledge and skills required for solving that problem. So then it goes back to what Councillor Kevin was speaking about, the 10 competencies and the SACAP 6 work stages, and also the other suite of documents that SACAP has produced to make our lives much more easier in that when we look at the minimum requirements for a formal learning, understanding ability, awareness, knowledge. You need to understand. I'm just looking for that. I think Councillor Bingham has touched on that. On that awareness and understanding and knowledge, something that we need to be familiar with as well. So I hope that I've provided you with sufficient information on preparing a portfolio of evidence and what to look for, and I think we had the LSD has given us or has given SACAP the SACAP Council and the SACAP Committee a valuable learning experience on what actually goes out there or what's happening out there in the architectural space in terms of how our professionals are performing and how they are producing technical drawings. Remember, a technical drawing is just not something that we produce just for municipal approval. We need to make sure that those who then implement or those who put into practice our work are actually able to do that, confidently and without resulting in shoddy workmanship, poor quality construction methods, and incorrect or inappropriate, structural safety methods being employed. I know professionals may argue that it is beyond their scope and their identity to actually make sure that the building contractor or the builders are responsible for that. But I think our technical drawings, have to be of a high standard so that when we look at our 6 work stages, because our 6 work stages confer a certain obligation on us to actually make sure that our public is protected, the end user is protected from the building typologies we design. So we cannot use, for my personal opinion, is that we cannot use that argument that the builder needs to be equally competent, because we have a sole responsibility to make sure that when we do work, we undertake it from work stage 1 to close out. And in that way, each work stage has core activities that we as professionals need to perform. And we need to make sure that when we do those audits or when we do the site inspections, we actually monitor that the contractor and the builder has actually met those minimum requirements. We must not leave everything up to the discretion of the builder or the building contractor. And I think in terms of our Form 1 and Form 2, we have engineers who are appointed to monitor these processes. And I think we as architectural professionals as well take on some of these responsibilities. And even though we take on work up to work stage 4.1, we are encouraging all our professionals to actually take it to close out and to make sure that we give our client a safe or hand over a safe building which they can then use and feel confident that their lives are not endangered. So I think I've covered extensively on this subject here on LSD, on our experience from the LSD process, and hopefully it will have added value to our potential applicants to actually make sure that they now understand that especially for senior technologists to architect, it's not a walk in the park. You need to meet extremely high standards for you to actually be successful in your application. And we also, not to scare off any of our applicants, please submit your applications. We are here to help you. We are here to assist you. We are here to guide you. And we are here to address the historical imbalances. And this is one of the mechanisms we put in place to make sure that we leave no one behind. And in terms of the mechanisms we put in place, special consent and RPL, we also encouraging those applicants whose experience exceeds the minimum requirement to also undertake a university, attending university, because what we found is also that there are applicants who have the potential to actually go to university and get an approved academic qualification. I think I'm going to hand over to Councillor Kevin, and he will then explain those processes, because there are many applicants who actually, we're saying, why we ask the question, why you chose an RPL process rather than going to an academic learning institution. And while some applicants has given us the reasons, we're also saying, listen, if you have the ability, if you have the financial means and you have the time, we encourage you to actually go back to university and get a formal learning qualification that actually allows you to take that knowledge and take that qualification and use it internationally as well. Remember, our special consent and our RPL application is in-house and is meant for the South African environment. I'm not sure. I think our councillor Kevin Bingham sits on many international committees and organizations that that look at our education and experience. He'll be able to give us more insight into that. And then for those who are ambitious and those who want to do work internationally, then I think your best bet is to actually go to a learning site and acquire those necessary skills. So I'm going to hand over to Councillor Kevin Bingham, and he's going to fill in the gaps that I have left out. And I'm sure here you may have identified a list of gaps. To you, Councillor Bingham, please feel free.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. And Dan, you did mention about making people scared. I was feeling a bit anxious myself with all this documentation that's been referred to, and there is a lot of documentation. But I always like to think in this application process that there are the three S's. The one is being self, and you've got to, the applicant needs to be sure that you have, if we're talking RPL, you do have prior learning, that you can show evidence of prior learning, and that you feel comfortable that it's your work, and that when you get interviewed about it, you can answer the questions about it. So you need to have the self-confidence and done your own self-assessment in your own heart and know that you were there. It's not a quick route for anything, as Councillor Dan is explaining. The other two S's are standards, and SACAP has to, as part of its role, as has already been mentioned, to uphold standards and protect the public and who we're going to be doing work for. So that's an important role. And the fourth S is SACAP and the support that we can give to you, the office will give to you. So if you're uncertain about something, don't get weighed down by all the policy stuff. Read through it, because it is important, it is guiding. And I think what's the bits that you don't know, and I think my presentation I did earlier kind of focuses on the application form and also on the 5 projects and the competencies. And as Councillor Dan's already said, What's important there is also you deciding for the RPL whether you have experience across the 6 work stages. But if it's to do with special consent, you may only have certain experience across certain work stages, and you may only therefore be approved for certain work stages. So be sure of yourself and ask questions if you're unsure, is what I wanted to say. The other scary thing, Councillor Dan, is that we've got, I see 66 questions sitting waiting for us. I'm going to try and wade my way through some of these. I've been trying to look at them and answer some online, that is. Sechaba is asking, he works for the Public Works, I think, and so he mainly oversees projects in there. And so Sechaba, as I was saying a moment ago, it really has to be your work and not oversight. We have a lot of project managers apply for upgrades as well, and they don't get upgraded because it's got to be them showing their competency, their personal competencies across those work stages and across those competencies. So I think you would have difficulty in getting upgraded, particularly to the architect level that you would be seeking, if you didn't show your own experience across the 10 competencies. So I hope I've answered that question. Anonymous then went on to say, done projects overseas with special consent, and as Councillor Dan was saying earlier, with the limited special dispensation. SACA doesn't have any capacity or to legislate what goes on in other countries. So if plans are approved in another country, we don't have the ability to say whether they are of a good standard or not. So SACA can only rely on local standards. So if it's special consent that you're doing an application for, you would have to show evidence of approved drawings at your own local authority in South Africa. If you have other drawings that were done beyond that there, that you're showing evidence are done outside the country, you can use that as supportive evidence to bring along. But essentially you need special consent to bring in local stamped drawings. The same applies for RPL as well. So a recognition of prior learning, if you read the policy documentation, it talks about that you can gain experience in the definitions. You'll see under RPL, it says RPL is the comparison of the previous learning and experience of a learner, howsoever obtained, against the learning outcomes. So it's quite broad there, but as I say, for special consent, you'll definitely need local approved stamped drawings. Anonymous, I hope that helps you. Daniel is going from senior tech to if you go and do your honors and masters, yes, definitely. If you do honors and masters, you won't have to do RPL, but you will first have to register as a candidate architectural or candidate professional architect, and do your required number of years before you and do your exams, obviously, before you could then call yourself a professional architect. So you wouldn't have to do RPL in that case. Kubili says, done work on tribal land, rural areas. We sometimes have this, but mostly there are other projects that come with it. So that again would be supplementary evidence that would need to be brought in. So yes, work like that is considered, but please, you'd have to have, as I said earlier, the stamped local authority drawings as part of your presentation as well. Dennis, who we were going to speak to earlier, and so on. I have done all drawings from sketch proposal to construction. His name is not on the drawings. What now? I'm a draftsperson. So what you'd need to do is get supportive evidence, Dennis, to show that you have done the drawing. So someone who was in the office with you would need to verify, and you could, if you wanted to go the full hog, as it were, go and get an affidavit at the police station or wherever else to acknowledge and give credence to you having done those drawings. Hope that helps you. Francois Nanoan says 17 years experience, been registered for 5, have had experience in all areas from small to solar plants for various companies they've worked for. So again, you need to look at what the competencies are across the work stages, and if you can comply with that, then we hope to see you soon. Rishi said, good morning. Well,
Councillor,
yeah.
Councillor Kevin, before you go, just to come back to Dennis Smith, I think you can recall yesterday that Councillor Cayley had raised this issue about architectural drawings and the title block and reflecting the person who drew the plan, the person who checked the drawings, the person who took responsibility. And maybe you just want to touch base on that. I think we have identified this problem, and we will issue a practice notice, notes going forward. Is that I think what Councillor Kelly Cupido identified is actually speaking to what Mr. Dennis Smith is speaking here, that my current employment, my name is not on the drawing. So we're actually wanting I'm not sure how we're going to phrase it, but we're wanting that to now reflect the names of the professors who were actively participating in that project. And I think together with the registrar has also cited one of the clauses in our act that says that we need to reflect that name on our drawing. So I don't know if you just want to speak on that, or we park it until SACAP does that practice note.
Yes, Councillor Dan, it is covered in the policy, the special consent policy under 6213. It talks about affidavits from clients, consultants, contractors, and mentors or supervisors confirming that the applicant performed the duties competently and so there needs to be proof, in other words. So while the name might not be on the drawing, someone would need to vouch in signed format, and this talks about affidavits. So that would be the one to follow. It's clause 6213. So there is a scope for you to do that. If I can carry on. Sorry, we were with Salome, submitted drawings in another category to council, submit the portfolio even to council. Salome, they need to be approved drawings because we're not sure that they would meet the standards. So the council stamps the drawings and vouchers for the standard of the drawing, meeting with the building regulations and that. So that's all that we can make use of. So unfortunately, in this case, you'd have to wait for that servitude issue to be sorted. Anonymous in a large architectural firm, one would work on design details. I know the feeling. Focus on building regulations and so on. So again, what is RPL? It's about you showing your own prior learning. So you'd need to, if you don't have those competencies across a range of work, you're going to have to try and get them. We can't help you because we're given a set of rules to work to, unfortunately. But if you have shortfalls in certain areas, let's try and help you to look for ways, or you go to your own practice and ask the principals in the practice to see that they give you adequate experience. As I said a bit earlier, some people that I have the fortunate have had fortune in working in certain practices where they get given everything to do, and then others, as you've described, and many large practices are like this where you get pigeonholed. Unfortunately, this is time to step out of the pigeonhole if you can, and try, and even if you've done some of your own work, to be able to use that as evidence. A lot of people are saying hi. I submitted my portfolio in 23 in November. Should I get an interview this year? Anonymous, we would hope so, and I'm hoping that Nita's got all your information. So Anonymous, if we got your name, if you let Nita know your name, please, she'll follow up on your behalf, please. Greg, we've got you again. Yeah, sorry.
So, Councillor, can we just request Anonymous to contact the office ASAP, liaise with Nita, and she will actually give you the timeline or give you a status update as to where your portfolio is in the system. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks. Anonymous, another, maybe the same Anonymous, or we might have a lot of anonymies. Applied in January this year, still waiting. That's bad. Nita, another one. We just recently done a batch, and those were the only ones that had met with the portfolio requirements. So I know Nita was talking about having another one soon. So hopefully, Anonymous, you on one of those. Who do you contact for pre-scrutiny? That is through, as Nita said earlier, on your first stage of the application. You hand in the work there. Nita will guide you in what to do there, and one of us will be doing either one of us two councillors ordinarily will be doing the pre-scrutiny to help you. So we will help you. Malvern says submitted an application last year, realized didn't submit adequate work. Can you start your application afresh? I'm sure you can. Just picking up on Nita's earlier point, there is more recent documentation or application, so it would be critical to for you to find that you are working with the latest application forms and things, so that when you get to your interview, that everything ties together, would be important. Anonymous is again talking about addressing the imbalance of the past, and the stats quite right. I think we might have answered that question already, and we agree with you. The upgrade, I've really answered that as well. Carlos says, so many draftspersons trying to move to technologists who are trying to earn by being compliant with the IDAW who have been registered for decades. Why is there not an option available to professionals who have been registered for a certain period to make this process simpler or mandatory move to a technologist by default? Yeah, I'm sure many people would like this and would feel that way. And many years ago, as I've been in this game for a long time, I was one of those people. I used to be a draftsperson, and it took me 10 years to get registered as an architect, and another 10 years of academic study to be able to teach at the university. So 20 years and all. So I understand your sentiments, but we're trying really hard to look at ways for you to be able to upgrade. And believe you me, mine and all other people's on these committees' hearts are where this lies. So there's also, as I mentioned earlier, on standards that have to be met. So you may well easily meet those standards, Carlos. So don't be afraid to submit this. Let us help you. And if you need guidance or help in how to put this together, because I can see from your appeal that you're putting in this message that you will have the opportunity. So the process is quite simple, I think. I know it takes time, and I know it can be irritating to some, but there's going to be no mandatory moving that I'm aware of anyway. So sorry about that.
So, Councillor,
yeah.
Councillor, may I just add to the conversation here? Is that I'm not sure whether Carlos is a principal in a practice or he's working for someone. However, SACAP did when we look at when the IDOW was implemented, we put in place a process called the limited special dispensation, and this allowed all of the especially we have identified the draftsmen to be the most affected by that process. And we've actually allowed all principals to actually submit a portfolio of evidence, and then you would be automatically allowed to do the work that you are currently doing and not be disadvantaged. However, for some reason, we found that there was a low uptake from the draftsmen. And once the stats have been collated and analyzed, I think SACAP may come up with an alternative solution to actually address those draftsmen, who have the 30, 40, 50 years of experience. I'm not creating any expectation, but we're saying that SACAP will look into this thing, and based on the stats that we are able to analyze, we may come up with alternative solutions to try and upgrade or ensure that there is a pathway for our draftsmen to actually move up the ladder, especially those with the 30, 40 year, 50 year experience. We don't want you to be sitting at the lowest category of registration. We are encouraging all of our draftsmen to please, whatever mechanisms SACAP puts in place, please, take up the opportunity. Don't feel intimidated. We as SACAP, we are here to assist you. We are here to help you. I can assure you that our back office, Nita and her team, and Kumni Rowan and her team, they are wonderful people to work with, and they will help you. The other challenge the other thing that I'm noting here, on the conversation is that applicants have been submitting their portfolios and not getting responses. I just want to say that, you know, sometimes things do slip through the cracks. We encourage each and every applicant to please follow up. You know, when you submit your application, don't leave it to fate. If you haven't heard from the office within 30 days, please follow up with the office. There might be a reason, you know, for your application being misled, or there might be a reason why there's no communication, but we're saying it's up to you as the applicant as well to please do your bit and follow up. Don't you know, wait 1 year and then say, hang on, you know, I haven't received any communication for 1 year. So we are encouraging all our applicants to please follow up with the office, and we know that the back office, you know, when we meet quarterly, they submit reports and we question them as to why A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So please, applicants, when you submit your application forms, if you do not hear from the SACAP office within 30 days, you know, please do a follow-up email, and you know, and then I'm sure you will get to the response that you are seeking for. So back to you, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Dan. Getting back to the questions, Teresa van Derwent is asking what dates are the quarterly meetings. Well, there's a council meeting coming up in end of this month, the last week of this month. And prior to those, ordinarily in the month before, there are various committee meetings. So the RPL committee would meet sometime in the month before the council meetings. And your interviews could happen at any time between council meetings. So it, as I said earlier, depends on how much documentation NITA has for us.
There's a lot of questions coming online. I'm not sure whether you want to shift from the text-based to the...
I'm just going to do one or two
Yeah,
more that
yeah,
are on
we
my
can-
screen. Sorry,
we
just
can-
if
we
I may
can-
just answer another one. Antonio is saying, one moment, please, Manetsi. Leo says the projects have to be the projects have to be the projects complete in the last 5 years. I think I answered that earlier, so preferably recent projects. And let's go to your screen, Manetsi.
Let's start with Daniel, followed by Michelle, Roshin, Jackie, Dennis Smith, Gift, Mathebula, and Lucas. In that order.
All right, it's Daniel. Am I being heard?
Yep.
Okay, good day. The first question which I typed down wasn't answered clearly. It was if you are a senior architect and you go through the traditional university, do your honors and masters, do you immediately get qualified? I think the gentleman answered by saying that you have to go again through the waiting 3 years experience and write the tests, but you've already passed the test as a professional senior architect. So I don't know why you need to write it again. So shouldn't you immediately qualify? That's the first question.
Dennis, let me answer that quickly. So you don't have to do the exams again if you've done both papers 1 and 2. So once you've done them, you've done them. That's out of the question. If you do your honors and masters, when you complete that and you're wanting to register, if you've completed the masters, you want to register as a professional architect, you'll have to first register as a professional, as a candidate rather. And there is in the documentation, there's normally a 2-year period that you have to serve as your candidacy before you can register in full or be upgraded to a professional architect.
Okay, the last question.
Sorry, can I make it very clear that if you get a further qualification, so if you were registered as a senior technologist candidate and you did go through the process and now you get a master's, you don't have to do any of the candidacy processes again. You don't have to do internship, you don't have to write the exam. You can just apply for an upgrade and give us a copy of your master.
That's what I thought, thanks. All right, the last, I guess it's the last 2 questions, but I'll be very quick. The last question is, when we were talking about recognition of prior learning, you have to have your mentors who approve your documents and things. What about if you went out on your own as a senior architectural technologist, so you don't really have a supervisor? I've been doing a lot of projects alone, privately, and worked in various categories. I almost became like a lawyer having to deal with neighbors' consents. I got subdivision applications. Some of the work that town planners are supposed to do, I've done, got them approved. And there is no one who supervised me. I did my own research. And so there will be no one who's signing. It's just me. So how are you going to deal with that? And lastly, I want to know, I want to obviously upgrade to professional architects. And yet I also want to do town planning, because I got some project that I do in Africa, different countries, Cameroon, Congo. And there's a burning desire to really upgrade what's going on there. There's a lot of chaos in construction, especially Cameroon, Congo. People are there's disorder, and that's really pains me. And I want to kind of be someone who helps bring what is in South Africa there. But I feel the need of town planning. So I want to know, if I do town planning, instead of going to finish architecture with honors and masters, will I be able to qualify as a professional architect with a town planning qualification? Or do I have to first do architecture to qualify as an architect, or also town planning?
You have to do architecture, qualify with an architectural degree for you to be able to register at whatever category. So if you're looking to upgrade to professional architect, Manoko, can you mute yourself? Manoko, please mute. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry about that. So no, you'd have to do an architectural qualification to be a town planner. You would have to register with the Town Planning Association. So no, you can't do a different degree or a different specialization and then come to hopefully do architecture or register.
Because I thought town planning is very similar to doing the honors and masters in architecture. It's quite similar, but I could be wrong. Okay.
Yeah, there may be some similarities, but have a look at the Architecture Act. It spells out there. If you look at the Built Environment Councils Act as well, it spells out who can do what and what the various councils can register people for. So we're limited in who we can register, but that helps.
All right. So just the last question, which I already asked, is about the fact that I've been working on my own without a supervisor. How is it going to work out?
So that's fine. Yes. No, thanks. Sorry, I missed that question. Yeah. So you can do your own work. You're currently registered as a senior tech. So you're doing your own work, and it's that evidence of work that you would bring forward as motivation for your upgrade. Again, looking at the competencies that you require across a range of projects, particularly as Councillor Danish was saying a moment ago, be sure that you've got the complexities across a range of projects and across a range of work stages, and then you should be fine.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Who's next?
Sorry, Kevin. Daniel asked about the pre-scrutiny if he works for himself. We will then arrange that through the office.
Okay.
For somebody to do the pre-scrutiny.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Daniel, can you hear me?
Lucas.
Hello. Yes, Lucas. Can you hear me, Daniel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I might be joining you late because I was struggling with the connection here. What I wanted to know is RPL. What is the meaning of it? That's only a question I have for you. Thank you.
RPL is recognition of prior learning, and it's SACAP's program to try and upgrade people. If you go onto the SACAP website and look under RPL policy, it explains it all well to you there. I think would be the best place to go. So I don't have time to talk at length about it, but it is a policy where there's recognition of any learning that you might, experiential learning that you might have. And if you didn't have the opportunity to go to university or some college, and therefore the SACAP panels will look at your work and you would put an application in to be upgraded from your existing registration category to a higher one. Have a look at the policy online, and if you need more help, get hold of the office. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucas. Roshan.
Hi, sorry, I don't want to delve too much into it, but I've had a long history of battles with SACAP in terms of this RPL, right? One of the questions I want to ask is that if you're currently a director in an architectural firm, because I'm nearly hitting 60 now, so part of my growing up in the architectural fraternity was even training architects who have come out of university. But what I want to know is if I'm submitting a portfolio, and because I'm in a directorship position, we kind of get involved in the initial stuff, but the technical drawings, etc., is done by staff. How do I include that in my portfolio?
Prashant, you're still a youngster in my eyes, because you're nearly 60. And so don't be afraid of doing any applications. To answer your question about how you need to show work, I did say earlier on that it needs to be your work. So it would be important when questioned to be able to show evidence of your work. It doesn't have to be across every project. Because what you're describing is that you're doing a managerial role, I think, over and have helped others. So I can understand where you are and where you come from and the effort that you've put in. So if you need help and guidance, as was said earlier, put the portfolio together. It's people like you that we're looking to assist in this RPL process, and let us try and guide you going forward. And don't be put off. Don't be put off by the past.
I've done previously an appeal with a registration category and all of that. It's been negative, and that was fairly recent.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to kind of, I understand the process I need to follow. Thank you.
Good luck. Who's next? Let's talk to Gift. Gift Madiba. Okay. The Gift might have gone for tea. Makan? There's Gift. No? Makan? Okay. Michelle?
Hi. I've had the good fortune of being able to go to university, and the only thing is that I haven't. It's been about 10 years now, and I've done periods where I've done the candidate records and periods where I haven't. And now it's like quite a long time down the road. Like, and some of the questions were answered before, but should I then like try go for recognition of prior learning, or should I just try and put my records together
Michelle,
in order to do the PPE?
Can perhaps answer that. So you sound, I don't know what you're registered as currently. Can you guide me?
I'm not registered as a draftsperson. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you have to, there's, if you've been working for a long time and not registered, it is important that you register, obviously, but there's also, some people haven't registered, and there's various situations that I won't go into now, but there's, if you have much experience, there is through the office a route that one can take for the waiving of monthly training records if you've got documentary proof or affidavits from someone that was mentoring you or whatever. There's options, and speak to the office about that. I'm not sure that it applies exactly in your case, but get registered and let's move you forward.
Okay, great. Yeah, I have registered as a candidate, so that I've registered as. I just haven't registered as a architectural technologist, but like working in a lot of that capacity.
Yeah.
But yeah, it sounds like I must just get hold of the office and see what I need to pull together to apply.
Kevin, if I can just interject there, Michelle, I will suggest that you try and get the monthly training records. You might have enough of that already to write the exam.
Okay, super, thanks.
Just keep in mind that for a candidate architectural draftsperson, it's 36 months.
Yes, I've registered since 2017, and then I've worked some, but then I've had periods where I've been unemployed and periods where I have worked. So now it's about getting enough work across the categories to
you cannot submit training records for periods that your registration was suspended.
Oh, okay, sure. Okay, got you. Yeah, so there is a lot of work that I need to do. Yeah, because there were some times where I wouldn't say it's suspended, but I haven't renewed every year. So I've
Yeah,
just been a
yeah.
bit
So it was not
okay.
active. Then,
Okay.
as Kevin said, the other option would be to look into the waiving of the training records. But for that, you'll have to have motivation to show that you've done enough work to
Okay.
cover the.
And would the motivation take mostly the part of portfolio or?
It is a portfolio. It's a self-assessment, first of all, that must be filled in, and that is then checked with your current mentor.
Okay, yeah, I could do something like that potentially.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
can Ricky at the office. He will give you all the details.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi,
Who's next?
it's Makang here.
Yeah, Makang.
Yes, sorry for coming late, man. Look, I've got LSD 4.1 on residential with simple double stories, complex design criteria, and complex content. Now, I've been approached for a church, small church for my informal settlement here. So am I allowed to take it?
I'm going to hand that one over to you, Councillor Danishwa.
Thank you, Councillor Bingham. So basically, you won't be able to do that work because it falls outside your scope of competency now. However, if you can demonstrate to SACAP via a special consent application that through your research and ability, your research ability, you're able to do that that type of work, then you need to submit an application. But however, based on your, so I'm just, so what category were you, just to get some background information, what was your previous category of registration?
Oh, draftsman.
You're a draftsman.
Yes.
Okay, so you applied for LSD and you were granted to do a complex residential building types. So I think the answer here is no. You won't be able to do a small church because it's outside of your competency. But were you doing this before? Did you ever do a church before?
Yes, many of them, but tracing back to the municipalities, we don't get any of those approved ones. What I have is for the business approved one, so I don't know.
So you didn't. So you don't have the approved drawings for the church.
Yeah, because the municipality don't. You can't trace them. The files misfiled, and all of this.
Oh, okay. So what I would suggest, if you have the drawings, maybe do a motivation and then apply for special consent. Apply for special consent, and then you'll be able to do this kind of work. It's a pity that the municipality has misfiled those drawings, or those drawings have been lost. But I would suggest that you actually get all of the drawings that you did for churches and do a letter of motivation, get your clients to submit affidavits for you on your behalf, and then what you do is do a special consent application. And but before you do the special consent application, just submit it to our SACAP office. We will look at it and then we will advise you further before you make any payments, for that process, because there is a fee involved in a special consent, application. So at this stage, I would encourage you to actually gather your portfolio of evidence, get your affidavits from your clients, state the reason why you're unable to get your plans from the municipality, and then submit it, and Nita and her team will submit it to the committee. We will look at it and then we will advise you further as to how to proceed with this. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, yes, no, thank you.
Thank you then.
Thank
you. Your Councillor.
Thanks, Dan. Who's next? We've got Jackie again and Dennis again. I see their names or hands, and Gift. Whoever wants to go first.
Hi, Jackie here.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Jackie?
Very soft.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, I took the earphones out. Actually, something interesting to just discuss now, 2 seconds ago, about the special consent. Similar to me, a client have approached me for a small warehouse. So the question they're asking is it's a structural steel warehouse. I have experience in that. Like for instance, I've done most of the drawings of the engines for fuel stations. I've done the drawings, the roof, the columns. I've detailed the buildings. Like for instance, what happened, architect will send the drawings. We'll break it down. I'll do the rebar for it. The engineer will design the rebar. I will do the drawings, set it up for construction. I will do the construction drawings for it as well. Question: can I apply for for the same as the guy previously? For special consent?
Yes, the answer is
Yeah,
yes.
I
If
can
you,
actually prove that I've done on all the drawings
Yes.
of the fuel stations that I've done. I can show you that I've done the drawings for the fuel stations.
exactly so. Yeah, answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. That's a question. There's another thing. Something Mr. Danwasa said earlier. I just had a quick question for him. About the contractor. I've actually had 2 of these problems. One was I submitted the approved drawings and I got that approved. Those from my council. Gave it to the client. Client got the builder. So I was only I only got till stage 4.1 contract procurement. I gave the client that. She got the own builder. The builder did his own thing. He didn't go according to the plan. And it basically, and I spoke to the client about it. I'll argue about it. And then basically I was kicked off the site, to put in a better word, where the builder did his own thing. And I wasn't okay. Like, for instance, he literally built the ability to build the wall skew. The foundation wasn't done correctly. The beams that he put on, I have no idea what he put in, because we had a design for the beam, but there was no proof that he did what we asked him to. And then the other one was we had a similar problem with another contractor, where I also gave a client drawing where he did his own thing. So with that said, I do not, for instance, like when you do up to stage 4.1, you don't have how to put this, authority over who the client chooses as a builder, because they will go with the cheapest guy, and the guy says we can do this, but meanwhile he cannot do it. That's the one question. Construction drawings. Let's say if I do a boundary wall, simple boundary wall, do I actually need to put construction drawings, or a carport? Not a carport, but say, let's say extension of a house. Does you want to build an extra room onto the house? Do I actually need to put construction drawings for that as well? Because that would cost the client more money, because I have experience in construction drawings. The other question I asked her is the rebar drawings. He said, Mr. Dunmore said there's something busy with the rebar drawings. Can you maybe just a little bit elaborate on what he meant by that? Because I've got rebar drawings is not easy. You need to design and be able to calculate it. So there's steps to that level to get it done. I actually have a whole book of how to do rebar drawings. Then the other thing I actually want to say was the last one is the 30 years. I think that 30 years, Mr. Roxanne, we've got 30 years experience. I think the 30 years with an upgrade, I think that to me it sounds valid, but I think that would be a valid reason for upgrade, because if you look at 30 years, you will probably be like 20 when you studied this, and by the age of 50, say in his 50s, now he's 30 years in this one field. To upgrade him, almost like a pass, just to upgrade him because he's 30 years. I think that would be actually quite good as well. Thank you.
The next one yours.
Thank you, Jackie, for those questions. You asked a few questions. I hope I can remember all of them. Going to your first question, regarding your first question here was regarding the contractors. You're doing work to work stage 4.1. I think that's the challenge we all face, is that when we do work to work stage 4.1, we have no control what happens after that. And I think the responsibility then lies with the owner and the client, for all of the deficiencies that take place, or the shoddy workmanship that takes place. However, in terms of your letter of appointment at 4.1, I think there is an obligation of on the client to inform you that they have deviated from the approved plans and things like that. However, if it's a new project, we know that that project has to be registered with the NHBRC. So I think that is your go-to person. Is that it now becomes falls within the jurisdiction of the NHBRC and the client. And I think in that way you are then in terms of your indemnity, I think you are now indemnified because you have not been involved in that project. And however, if you have been involved in that project, you need to actually, inform the client in writing. And if the client doesn't want to, hear you out, I think you may want to cancel your agreement with the client. And I think that before you do that, I think you need to actually contact the building inspector, because the building inspector has to issue a stop work notice immediately when there's substantial deviations from an approved plan. And follow that process. And if the project has been enrolled with the NHBRC, then you also need to inform them as well, because I think when you look at your work stage 1, work stage 2, it says, listen, you need to inform your client, about statutory requirements. And I think there's lots of statutory requirements that require compliance, and the client needs to be aware of this. And this is where we're saying, make sure that when you take on a project, you explain to your client all of these requirements from the onset, so that the client is aware. And you also need to explain to the client the importance of building as per the approved architectural drawings, and what are the consequences if the client fails to follow the approved drawing. I think from my own personal experience as well, I found that the clients give more value to the building contractor or the builder than that of the architectural profession. But I think in terms of how you explain to your client the statutory requirements, from the time you are appointed to do the work, you may have covered yourself. And I think at 4.1, we're doing work to 4.1. I think that's where our responsibilities stop. However, when you've identified some of the risks, and I think if it relates to public safety, or I think you may have an obligation to actually inform someone that listen, you're concerned about the methods or the construction methods or the tactics used by the builder and the owner that may endanger the lives of other people. So I think, even though you may have your duties and responsibility may have stopped at 4.1, if you become aware of it, maybe highlight, raise your concerns with someone who may take it further. And then I think I'll also ask Kevin to just give us his thoughts on that. But just to go to the second one, where you spoke about REBA. So when I spoke about REBA in our research, in the research that I was doing in terms of our work stages, so that REBA reference is referencing the SACAP 6 work stages. So what I did is I looked at SACAP's 6 work stages, and I did a comparison with the REBAs. The REBA has more than 6 work stages there. So I've actually included more tasks or core responsibilities that you should be mindful of. So we said that rather focus on instead of focusing on the minimum, let's focus on more than the minimum. In terms of what we are required to do. And then what was your other question? Just I didn't jot that down. Can you recall, Councillor, the third question? I think there were 3 questions. One was one was the construction. Okay, construction details. So listen, building a simple boundary wall is not simple. There's based on what we see in eThekwini. We've seen lots of walls fall down due to heavy wind loads and things like that, bad weather. So when you look at the minimum requirements for a boundary wall in terms of the sand standard, if your drawing is not showing that construction detail, you have to. It's an obligation on your part to actually show that construction detail, so that the contractor, builds accordingly. Most contractors and builders don't have access to the standards, and most builders and contractors are not registered with a statutory body where they are held accountable for the work. So I think from your side, it would be prudent, or it would be, it would be good for you to actually look at what the standard is saying, and make sure that there is sufficient detail in your drawing for the builder to actually do that work, because we know that most clients use builders that are not registered for whatever reason, and terming it as a boundary wall is actually can cause a lot of damage and endanger people's lives. So I think where possible, show the construction details and show, even though you speak about costs, I think the minimum drawing standard, the minimum requirements to get your plan approved, we need to deviate from that and try and include some construction details so that our less experienced builders and building contractors, we empower them with this knowledge. We must remember we have experienced builders and building contractors, and then we have emerging builders and building contractors. Although the argument that it is not for us as professionals to actually monitor their quality and monitor the way they build, but I think from as a responsible person, please show some details and the other thing is that when we present documentation to technical drawings to our clients, just try and alert them to the fact that these are the dangers when we don't follow the drawings, and these are the reasons why we have standards. So we need to speak to our clients and explain to them, because lots of information we put on our drawings, the clients cannot comprehend. So what it means. So when we deal with when you deal with an estate agent, he's obliged in terms of his code of conduct. He must explain that contract to his client. He must explain what it means, what the material terms and things. I think we, as well as architectural professionals, must explain to our client what some of the information that we show on a drawing, what it means and what are the consequences when we deviate from that. So I think those were the three questions you asked. I think construction drawings, construction details, minimum construction details are important, especially if your design is of a complex nature. Please try and provide that. And sometimes it may not incur an additional cost. It's a matter of principle of just showing how it needs to be done correctly, or reference correctly which document the builder needs to reference so that he can actually obtain those documents. And I think with NHBRC, it is much easier because they have a construction manual and they have a minimum standard. So encourage your clients to actually work with registered NHBRC builders. That will actually eliminate the challenges that all of us face with shoddy workmanship and unregistered or unqualified builders and building contractors. I hope that answered your question, Jackie. Thank you. I don't know, Councillor Kevin, whether you want to add anything to that, or may I add in something?
No, I don't need to add anything. I think you answered well, but I just wanted to talk about responsibility. It doesn't fall under RPL or special consent or things like that, because it worries me to hear the stories that we hear and know the reality that often happens on the ground. So remember, when you're signing a municipal submission form, the application form, that you're signing responsibility for that. We've heard of people only signing up to 4.1, and then the question is, who signs off at the end after closeout on work stage 6? Are they still holding you responsible for your signing of 4.1 or not? So you've got to be careful of responsibility and knowing that you've got PI covered, because as Councillor Dan was saying earlier on, it's so easy for something to go wrong on site. He cited the George and the Belito cases happened recently. So who will they come asking questions from afterwards? And it may well be you. So be careful of the signing off something at a certain stage, or even more careful of signing off at the end of a project because someone's slipped you some money to sign off something that you perhaps had nothing to do with. You taking responsibility. Remember the word responsibility. Something can go wrong. If it does go wrong, you're the one responsible. Just looking at the other questions here, we've answered a lot of them, I think, going forward. So it's important to understand that this panel and RPL and special consent can only deal with evidence. We can't help and look at stuff that there's no final or formal stamped evidence from a municipality or an affidavit from someone that you've worked with. In other words, your mentor. If you never had a mentor in the office, as was asked recently, if you are registered and want to upgrade, that you need to have proof of it and show that the work was yours. So somehow you need to provide evidence. It can't just be that I've downloaded pictures off the internet and therefore I'm submitting that. And I know that's maybe sounding harsh, but you must also understand that the panel can only deal with what they presented and need to have factual evidence, and then we'll quiz you on the work that you put forward. So we need to have stamped drawings if it's a special consent application. I'm just looking at a few other questions on here. I don't know, many of these, some of you just wanted to talk, it seems. There's questions to Kimberly. I don't know, Kim, if you're meant to be answering these questions from Kimberly, I'm sorry if I'm asking what has already been asked due to the network. Who qualifies for RPL? I think we've added that or spoken about that at length in the earlier presentation. And Kimberly and others in the office, will this recording be open to people to view later? Is it going to be on the web?
Yes, Councillor, it will be uploaded and also sent to all the participants that are here. Please just bear with me with the answering of questions. I've actually answered quite a lot, but I can't get to all of them. I am trying my best, but I will, even if we end the session, all these questions will be answered internally via the office, and we will respond within the week or two.
I saw there were two more hands, I think, one from Dennis, who seems to have his hand up all the time, and then Gift, who we asked earlier and maybe couldn't unmute. Dennis or Gift, do you want to ask a question? Lots of hands. Seeing they're not wanting to talk, they're the silent types. We're going to go straight to someone I know well, Mohammed Mohideen.
Hello. Good day, Councillor. I just want to ask you to
yes.
I just want to ask you to explain the work metrics for regrading of professionals through previous acquired skills, which mean RPL, and then the portfolio got to be. But the portfolio got to be fit the work metrics of the category of registration that you apply for. And should you get an upgrade as well? You mentioned earlier about the indemnity insurance, but should you get an upgrade, that it is important that you do upgrade your indemnity insurance as well. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Mohammed. Sorry, were those questions or points?
Yeah, this is points that is stress that is lacking here. People hasn't got an idea that the portfolio got to, your portfolio must be fit the criteria of the category that you apply for. When you look at the SACP work metrics, there is certain things that you got to comply with, or the work that is demarcated for that category of registration. So you must have, in your portfolio must reflect that work is in your portfolio there. And because some of the candidates, they apply, but then their portfolio does not fit the criteria for which they apply for. There should be an understanding, and everything is on the SACP website. They should go and read more before they apply. Go and find out more before they apply. So their portfolio could be in line with what they apply for. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Mohammed. Just to fill you all in, Mohammed is a fifth-term councillor who sat in many of these interviews, and he currently sits on the interview panel. So he's giving you some advice. Do the paperwork, read up on things, and know the work matrix as he was referring to it earlier. And that once you're informed, you will do well in your presentation if you can show us everything. Jennifer. Jennifer's a councillor with us, so pleased to see her on the call. Jennifer.
Thanks, and welcome to our online audience. Good to see all the questions, Councillor Kevin. I just wanted to participate by answering, I think, one of the gentlemen who asked about planning. Just to confirm that there are many architects who who double as town planners, in case any other person on the call has the same question. And all of us had to do both. We had to do the full architectural masters and so on, and we also had to do the town planning. That's a whole degree, and then go through the candidate planner and then professional planner. So I just wanted to contribute that so he doesn't feel isolated. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Jennifer. Nice to see you or have you with us. Other hands that I see are still the two old hands of Dennis and Gift. So let's try Dennis George, unless Dennis has changed his surname. Chaba, are you available? Oh, there, Dennis Smith as still, no, sorry. I'm trying to find someone who's unmuted. Chaba?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to ask. Earlier on, you touched on the identification of works policy. So my question is that does the IDOW apply to building control officers or building plan examiners? Because I have experienced it many times in my engagements with the city council that you find some examiners with only just a diploma and who are only eligible to register as a technologist, but they end up overseeing work that is produced by, for example, a professional architect with a master's degree. Thanks.
Thanks, Chaba. I'm going to hand that question over to Councillor Dan, who's an expert on these matters. Dan?
Thank you, Councillor Kevin. I don't want to be labeled as an expert, but let me see how I can answer that best. So I think from our experience with the municipality and the way they operate and function in terms of plans, examinations, and stuff like that, I think the people that do this pre-scrutiny and assessment of our plans may have a lesser qualification than us, but they are equally competent in actually understanding the minimum standards that we need to comply with. And what happens once they assess our plans, it then goes to a building control officer who then makes the recommendation. So I think while it's a difficult question for us to actually answer now, we may have to just do a follow-up. But I know from our experience is that once a plans exam,
Okay, thanks.
once
Manoko, please mute. Manoko, please mute.
Once our plans have been scrutinized, at the council, that plans examiner will then forward his recommendation. Once we have complied to a BCO, or the building control officer, who actually has quite his qualifications are higher than that, or equal or higher than the person who has actually submitted the drawings. So I think I'm confident that at the municipal level, our plans are checked or approved at a higher level. However, during our LSD application processes, we found that certain municipalities were actually approving plans which did not meet the minimum requirements. And I think SACAP would be addressing this at some point in time with the municipalities. Or SACAP has an MOU, and I think they would be addressing that. I'm unable to answer on behalf of the registrar or anyone else who's dealing at that level. So I'm not sure how to actually satisfy your question in terms of is the plans examiner who has a lesser qualification authorized to examine my plan, even though I may be an architect and submitting a complex building drawing. But I think what the plans examiner is looking for is the technical compliance in terms of the national building regulations. And I think when I hear our other colleagues, Mr. Franz Decker, and I think they have been doing a lot of workshops with the municipalities to empower the plans examiners with the knowledge they need to make sure that when they are doing validating our plans at submission process, that they are aware of what type of information they need to look for and what level of compliance we need to achieve before a recommendation is made by the BCO for that approval. So back to you, Kevin. I'm not sure whether you want to add anything to that, but it's a very subjective question that we're trying to answer here, and maybe we need to ask the municipality how they deal with this kind of subjectivity based on different qualifications of the plans examiner.
Yeah, it is a good question. I can't answer it easier, hence my passing the ball. Yeah, so it's interesting you raise that, because when when universities do their teaching and marking, they have to have a qualification equal or higher. When we do our chairing of RPL things, we have to have a qualification equal or higher. And so your question is a good one. We need to follow up on that. Thank you for that question. Next, Quinton, I think you tried to come in earlier.
Yes, great. Hi, Kevin. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks, and you?
Cool, man. Thanks a lot for the talk. I've basically worked abroad and worked locally on abroad projects. And I want to go through the process of this RPL. I'm a professional senior architect technologist. So if I do get upgraded to an architect, would that be recognized if I went to go and work abroad?
No, easy answer. Someone asked that question earlier, and the answer was no, unfortunately. No, you can't. So our registration and SACAP registration is solely that. So we've got people registered as senior techs, for example, that may nowadays, if they'd done the course, they did only be registered as a technologist, and then we've got people through RPL, as you're describing, are being upgraded to another category beyond what their NQS is. So it doesn't hold water overseas. The only other option, as I mentioned earlier, and it wouldn't apply in the case you're raising now, is someone doing a master's degree and that being portable to other signatory countries around the world. So unfortunately, the answer is no. Yeah.
And do you have any recommendations? Because obviously it's money constraints and time constraints. What type of courses are out there? Could one be able to do something like that online?
Yeah, as I'd mentioned earlier, and it's no easy task working and studying at the same time, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I know you know UKZN, and the fact I said earlier, there was a talk this morning I listened to by the academic staff of the honours course at UKZN. They do part-time upper degrees, so that's an opportunity. I think there may be other universities looking at it at the present moment. So consider that. I think Free State may be doing something on recognition of your experiential work, in putting that into the form of a master's, and that could be an opportunity. I don't know much about that, but definitely UKZN does they stretch the 1-year courses over 2, and so you can work, if you can manage it, and study at the same time. A lot of it's online as well.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Really
Good luck.
appreciate it. Okay, cheers, man. Thanks.
I seem to have lost all the other hands. I think I know we got Becky.
Becky, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Yeah. Good. It's good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Okay. I'm registered as a professional technologist. Maybe for the past, I started registering maybe 2011. I went through all the exams and everything. So what I would like to ask, it's pertaining, how many projects do you need to submit for the RPL? 5.
5, yeah.
So the 5 has to be different things you've done.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be different, Becky, because obviously you can only show what you've done, but it helps, particularly in the higher registration categories, to show variety of work. So we often have cases where someone's only done additions and alterations when you look at draftspeople or technologists. So if you've got variety, that's spot on, if you can do that.
That's fine. Okay, because I have applied from professional technologist to senior professional technologist, but in the past 2-3 years, I've been doing relocation of houses. for people affected by the railway line. So it's more like, I will say, 18 different packages of various problems that I have been doing, and in Swaziland though, but I'm registered there. So the submissions between the two countries are not the same as per your requirements in South Africa, but all my submissions have been based in Swaziland ever since I started in 2011. Because you said you want the municipality approvals, but they are not different. You may find that it's maybe one that maybe I have been engaged, like in KZN, but it was just the documentation of that mall so that it can be renovated due to the banning of structures around that place. So my question is, can I submit in my portfolio that you need, can I submit can I submit only for this relocation? Because
it depends what you, Becky, it depends what you're applying for. If it's special consent, we only deal with local approved plans. I don't know, in all honesty, how to answer you about the Swaziland thing. We'd need to do some homework on that and come back to you on that there, because my understanding, and this we gleaned from the registrar, that our rules and our policies only relate to South African approvals and law. And so we'd need to do some homework on that for you to give you the real answer. I don't feel equipped at the moment to respond to that.
You don't feel equipped?
No, unfortunately, sorry. But we can come back to you. So that question's been raised, and Kimberly and others in the office will have noted that. And Kimberly, I don't know if you can assist or get hold back to Becky again and just give him the appropriate guidance, please.
No, that's perfect. I'll put my email in the chat. If you can just drop me an email and then we can correspond via email. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Becky. We got Sechaba again. Oh, you unmuted. There we go.
Yeah, thanks a lot again. I just wanted to say, with regards to my previous question regarding qualifications, IDOW, of building control officers and architectural practitioners. Can I please request that while you establish the clarity, you keep me updated?
Thanks, Sechaba. I'm sure the office have noted that, and they will also, won't you just check for Kimberly's email address in the chat? I think it is being added or is being added. So if you can just, if you don't get a response back, if you can contact her directly.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
I think, Councillor Bingham, it may be just to inform the RPs that are here today that SACAP is in the process of trying to register building control officers. And I think building inspectors are being registered with another professional council. So I think SACAP may have identified a gap, and they're in the process of actually, registering building control officers. And I'm not sure about plans examiners, but like you said, we've taken note of your question and your concern. And I think at some point in time, we will be able to get the correct answers, and hopefully, that will satisfy your concerns. Back to you, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Van. I'm interested to see some of the
I
questions.
see.
Sorry, go, Kimberly.
We've just got two more hands, Kevin. Can we allow
Okay.
Gift and then Lucas to speak? Thanks.
Sorry, thanks. Gift?
Hi, Gift. Can you hear us?
Angizo.
Yes. Can I hear now?
Yeah, we go. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay. Kevin, my problem is when I submit the plan to the municipality and they ask me if I've gotten a point, and I was struggling to make a meeting on a Zoom. I'm just started now to make a meeting on a Zooms. But now for the chance for municipality and you to give us to accumulate the points so that you can account for the points that we're having, because we have been struggling very much. I know 2 other people who also been struggling to register on a Zoom meeting, but now we are picking up now. Can you just give us the chance before you implementing this law of the points before you submit the plan at municipality, so that we can recover, because we are back in a meeting of the Zoom. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gift. Unfortunately, I'm not the one to deal with that. I'm busy dealing with RPL. But your point is noted, and the office will note that as well. So again, I'm referring that back to the office. But thank you, Gift. They'll deal with that directly. Lucas?
Yes, I tried to mark here. Okay. No, I'm done, Kevin. I'm done.
Okay, thanks.
And
Let's
then
put your
it
hand
looks
down.
like
Gift.
Gift is able to talk. Gift, do you have your question?
Okay.
Ah, there we go.
Since 2000, being a member of Sakabman, most of my projects are in a village whereby our plans checked by traditional leaders or chiefs. And then now I want to understand, can you help me within my RPL? Okay.
Thank you. We have had other applications, and there are, I don't know if you're a member of any voluntary association, because they could be helpful to you too. And again, I refer this question to the office. I know we've got one voluntary association that deals with or has membership of people that live in rural areas. So that may be a great guidance for you. But we do look at any applications. We, as I said earlier, want to be helpful. Again, we have to look at evidence. So we'd need to try and find some way to assist you. So I think it's best that you put your application in through the office, through Nita, who normally deals with these matters. And then if there's an issue, just highlight the issue for us, and we'll see how we can help.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Gift.
Sorry, Councillor, so Gift wants to know, he's saying that he's been doing work in the villages and the plans are not submitted to a municipal authority. However, the plans have been approved by a traditional leader and or the chief. So if he has those documentations where the chief or the traditional leader is approving it and he submits it, I think I think it's safe to say we will consider that. Because I know that in KZN, we have lots of land falling under tribal authority, where the tribal authority has taken responsibility for that. So I think it's something that SACAP needs to look at as well. And I know that the persons who are sitting on the National Building Regulations Committee is also looking at where, all land falling, within the South African landscape actually falls under the NBR regulation. So maybe going forward, you might not face that challenge, but it's a good question that you ask, and let's flag this one for the office as well and see, because I know we get lots of, I think in our LSD application process, we had lots of applicants who said that they've done work in tribal areas and where there was no formal plan approval submitted, and I think we were a little bit flexible where they provided the evidence, from the tribal chief or the person in charge of that type of land or the traditional leader. So maybe something that we need to look at the RPL process. I'm not sure whether you came across this type of query when applications for RPL was submitted where no formal approval was submitted. But I know in the RPL process, we did grant some of the applicants who provided those letters from the traditional leaders and the chiefs of those lands. Thank you, Kevin. Chair,
Yeah, thanks, Tanisha. I see one other hand from Makang, but there's a question being asked at 12:11. What time does the Zoom end? And I need to be guided on that as well. I'm assuming it's at 1. I don't know. Can someone help me?
Yes, Kevin.
At 1 o'clock. Thanks.
1 o'clock.
I think
Anonymous.
we may minus the 15 minutes break, so maybe at 1:45 or
okay.
something, because we continuously been engaging with questions. So
Yeah, and before I go onto Makang's hand, I notices that Shireen Block had asked the question about, could we have a kind of mock-up running through this? We have spoken in the past about showing evidence of work, and we've been told we're not allowed to do that because it's privacy, other people's work, and we even said, well, could we not ask those people if we could show their portfolios, because there's been some phenomenal ones that we've seen, and really ones that could even be registered at a higher category, I felt in one case anyway. So we can't do that, but rest assured that in this pre-scrutiny process, again, going back to my 3 S's, the one of self, be self-assured that your work is there, contact the office, and then, as I said in one of the responses earlier, someone was asking if they can have the email addresses of the councillor and myself. We will be happy to help, but everything must be routed through the office. We can't start conversations on the side, so we'll help you. So think about it that way. Makang, I see his hands come down. Assuming.
Oh no.
That, not okay.
No,
okay.
I'm here.
There.
Oh yes. Okay, thank you. Are we compelled to sign Form 4 as architects, even if we were not involved in the construction and so on? Because the municipality require us to sign so that they can issue the certificate of occupancy or something like that.
Makang, it relates to a comment I gave earlier that if you sign anything, you take responsibility for it, and so does your PR cover take responsibility for it. So be careful. This is what I say. You shouldn't sign for stuff that you haven't done. And if you do, it's 1, illegal, and 2, risky.
Yeah, then we are between the rock and the hard surface, because the client is here, screaming, and the municipality says, no, he is the one who must sign.
Yeah, many hours.
So what we can do here is we can get clarity, and maybe we just flag this question, Kimberly, and then we speak to Mr. Franz Decker, and just get some guidance from him as well, because I know he did mention, the way our responsibilities are limited, and there is a misunderstanding by municipalities as well as to what type of documents we need to sign. So I think every time new pieces of legislation and new amendments to the acts and things take place, it takes a while before we all on the same page. But we will flag this question of yours. We will refer it back to Mr. Decker, I think, who was an expert in this field, and we'll try and answer it. And I think it will be for the benefit of all registered professionals, because I'm sure it's you're not the only one that's been affected by this request by the municipality. So in terms of a practice note, maybe once you get the clarification from Mr. Decker, we will then ask SECAP to issue a practice note on this here, so that all professionals have a clear understanding of their roles and obligations in terms of the forms that they need to sign. Back to you, Chair. Back to you, Councillor.
Yeah, I see there's lots of other questions, and maybe, there we are. There's another hand. Open your mic. Okay, while they're unmuting, look at some questions.
He's unmuted.
Okay, there we go. Fire away with a question online.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, my name is Sole Balin, registered senior architectural technologist. It's been quite long. But now, something that I wanted to check, because I heard you mentioning KZN as the university that offers, I don't know if it was you are saying it's distance learning, or is it part-time, or what? Can you just provide clarity on that? And as to whether there are other, learning institutions that do the same, because the thing is, some of us are overcommitted. We would like to further our studies, but you know, a full-time study. It's quite problematic to us.
Yeah.
If maybe SACAP can be of assistance to provide us with that information,
Yeah.
so that would be very good to us.
Yeah, the answer, I can answer that question now. So I made mention of the UKZN converting their, or giving you the opportunity to do your upper degree. So that obviously you'd need to get into the upper degree with through having the correct NQF level of having studied for a diploma or degree or whatever it might be that they're accepting of. And then they've stretched their fourth year and fifth year, 1 year over 2 years and 2 years. So you do half, I'm not sure it's exactly half, but you do some of the courses in each of the 2 years and stretch that over 4 years. So some of it's online, I believe, because they were showing, I sat in the talk this morning and they were showing the students somewhere from, this is in Durban, obviously, and one student was from the Free State and some were from outside the country as well. So there's an opportunity there to, if you want to do the upper degrees, that's the honors and masters. It's, as I said earlier, it's not an easy thing to do. It's the work looks quite hard in looking at the work the students presented this morning. And also, if you're working at the same time, you need discipline and you need help, I think, as well. So that is there. I also made mention earlier on in the RPL process where we found people that were missing some competencies, say, in design, and we've referred them to a course that was being offered at that time through CPUT in Cape Town. And I think that may have also been online as well. But SACAP can't offer courses. We're not an educational institution, but we can try and find you courses to do, and we can be helpful in that regard. So if we're not being helpful yet, let us know. We'll try our best to assist.
No, thank you very much.
Thanks. Sheila? Sheila, you're unmuted. Okay, I can't hear you. Let's go back to Lucas again, I think.
Okay, Kevin, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud.
Yes. About this thing of qualification, I'm not sure if I've been understanding you very well. As a draftsman architect, and I've gotten more than 30 years in a service with an approved plan, can I able to upgrade myself or apply the qualification of a senior architecture? I just want to know from the SACAP if I'm eligible to apply because I've got more than 30 years within a municipality approved plans. So I want to know if can I upgrade from the draftman to the senior architect. I will wait for your response. Thank you.
Lucas, I think it sounds like from what you're saying to me, there's great hope. So if you're trying to upgrade from a draftsperson to a technologist, I think that opportunity sounds like in your case is possible. So let's put an application in and see what you have to offer. As was said earlier on the presentation, it is in most cases easier for draftspersons to upgrade to technologists, harder at the upper registration level. So put your application in. Nita and those in the office will be helpful to you, and we'll all try and assist. But it sounds like you can do it. Good luck. Thanks, Lucas. Carlos?
Hi. I don't know, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks for having this platform, I appreciate it. It's very informative, actually. I have recently done an application to council where I've done an alteration to a building, or an addition and alteration to a building where it's a first floor addition. I've previously submitted an application which was approved for something similar, which is also conversion of a single-story house to a double-story house. Council has now come back and said, listen, for this particular application, I need to send them a limited special dispensation confirmation letter or approval from SACAP. I've then done the application. I've previously also done an RPL application 3 times, which stopped at a certain point. It's never proceeded. I just want to know, what are my options here in this regard? Because council obviously wouldn't accept my application to be approved, or for them to circulate my application because of IDOW. What do I do?
Yeah, so I think it was Lucas or McCann spoke about a rock and a hard place earlier. It sounds like that's where you are, because the IDOW does define what your registration category can allow you to submit plans for. So I'm pleased to have the municipality in this case are doing some work. Maybe you're not so happy, but what can you do is what your question is. I'm also disappointed to hear that you've tried this 3 times, and because we have managed to interview a lot of people, and as you saw on that slide earlier, we have managed to upgrade a lot of people as well. So I would encourage you to reapply. But to answer your question better is to say that RPL is obviously for you to upgrade, for you to show evidence of your experiential work and show evidence and ability of being able to address the requirements in terms of the competencies at the higher level. So that should be your first choice, or everyone's first choice for that matter. If you are talking, you said you've applied for a limited special dispensation, and that applies to owners of practices, really. So I'm assuming that you've done that or wanted to do that, and that you own your own practice in that regard. So if that is the case, they've closed the applications for LSD now, as it's termed. And so the only other, unless you're in this system and it's still being dealt with, everything is closed there. So the only other application is what we're talking about this morning, is special consent for you as the individual. So while you've stuck between this rock and hard place at the moment, I suggest, and it may take you some time, obviously, getting your special consent application in, which would mean that you can, if you show evidence of it, can do the building type, and you'll get confirmation thereof, and will be allowed to submit those building types. So not so easy, but that's the long answer.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Thanks. Good luck, Carlos. Okay. Is that all the hands? I don't want to miss someone. Kimberly, going back to the question about you raised earlier about all these questions online, are you wanting us to deal with them now, or do you want us to, and I should be asking Brenda this question, but or should we respond to them formally on a response?
Councillor, yeah, I think because there's still a lot of questions on the chat, and I see so many hands have just gone up now. So maybe if we can deal with the actual questions, and then the written ones, we'll respond to them rather. So
Yeah, I'm
can
not
I
seeing more
allow,
hands.
let me unmute them.
Oh, there's one. There's one.
There we
Good
go.
afternoon. I'm not too sure if I'm supposed to be speaking at this moment.
You can speak away.
Thanks. I can't remember at which of the previous CPDs SACAP hosted that touched on the whole RPL process. I think one of the key takeaways for me was in the process of going through an RPL process and getting to the highest category, which would be the PR ARC, there was a point raised about the difference in designation versus qualification. I just want that to be touched on again, just for the sake of other attendees, but also then when you've achieved the designation, how do you then out in the field present yourself? Because there's been this whole thing that a draftsperson can't call themselves an architect, but now when you've achieved the designation, are you then able to go around and saying to people that you are doing business with, or providing services for, that I am an architect? So I just like some guidance on that for the sake of myself and hopefully for other people. Thanks.
Yes, thanks, man. Good question and reiteration. We did touch on this earlier in this presentation. So when you do upgrade, if you are successful in your upload process, you do become and are termed the new higher category. So if you were a senior tech and you now have been successful in your application through as a professional architect, you then a professional architect in this country, you are registered as a professional architect. When you go to site or talk to anyone or on your drawings or on aerial correspondence as is required in the code of conduct, you will call yourself that new category that you're registered at, and you'll tell everyone that's what you are. There's a lot of people that have upgraded, and there's a lot of people should all be calling themselves this new category that they've achieved. To go back to what was being said earlier, that when you have upgraded, you may have only studied to a certain level and the rest of it may be experiential training. And so that doesn't come into question here. It helps you when you do your application, obviously, but it doesn't matter to you. In this country, you are registered as whatever your new category is and you call yourself that. The question was asked earlier today of what happens when I go and work outside the country. Well, then you'd have to take your documentation with you and they would have their own processes ordinarily of reviewing your academic qualifications. And so we constantly are being asked questions, people emigrating, for example. A recent one was a person that we now have honors and master's degrees, and where a person may have done the old 5 or 6 year bachelor's degree and we're registered as a professional architect, they're now going to work in another country, and that country now only recognizes the honors and masters. So they would have to get a SACAT's written documentation to say that they, at that time of their lives, were registered as a professional architect under those rules. And so, but I think to answer your specific question is that you outside the country, you are whatever your academic qualification is. Inside the country, you are at your new registered level, and should be proud of that. Don't know if that answers everything, mine.
Yeah, that covers me. Thank you very much.
Thanks. We've got Noah.
That was just me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Miscalled you, sorry. Anyone else want to ask a question? Hands up, hands down, unmute. Malvin?
We've got Malvin on the line. Malvin, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, thank you so much. Afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, afternoon, and thank you so much for the platform. My question is mainly, can I, as a practice owner, apply for the special consent as well as do my upgrade at the same time? Is that possible?
Yeah, Malvin, to answer your question, you can do them at the same time, but we place emphasis on doing RPL because it should be your wish and intention and hope to be able to upgrade. So the panels that are going to be reviewing it will probably be the same panel or consist of the same people. So I wouldn't want you to waste time on trying 2 different things unless you perhaps feel not so confident that you're going to get the upgrade. Then maybe then again looking at the S of self, thinking, well, maybe I'll try the easier route. But my encouragement would be to go the full RPL and not do both.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, no, I think the full RPL is the course which I would like to take.
Yeah.
I was just curious as to how both processes work together, but
Yeah.
I think I am answered sufficient.
Okay, Melvin, like your call.
Thank you.
Got other hands. Now we're seeing Vijay and Mahendran again.
Hello. Hi, it's Anand Vijay Punan here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your very informative talks. I'm registered as a professional senior technologist, 70 years old, in the business for 53 years. I've got 3 quick questions, right? I've been approached to do internal work for an industrial and office block, which is beyond my category, but this pure purely internal. Would I be allowed to do that? Because the client's saying it doesn't have to be sent to council, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Question one. Should I just do the questions one at a time?
I think it's easier. So legally, any change to any building has to be approved. It could be minor works, and you can put your application, but any change has to be submitted to the council. And in particular, if the building's over 60 years old, you would need to even have permission to repaint the building. So the rules say. Not many people consider that, though. Next
All right,
question.
but from SACP's point of view,
Yeah.
It's supposed to be done by an architect, even though it's internal. Would this be acceptable at council and by SACP?
I'd have to refer that question to Councillor Daneshwa, because he's been dealing with the IDOW documentation.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that the IDOW, in terms of additions and alterations, actually categorizes the type of additional alteration and the complexity of the additional alteration. So you just need to refer to the IDOW again. There is a section there in the IDOW that speaks about additions and alterations and the complexity of it and who can and who can't do it. So I can't give you an immediate answer offhand. But if we refer to the IDOW, there is a section there that actually will answer your question that you posed to us now.
Right, but the point I'm trying to make is it's purely internal.
Right.
There's
Yeah,
no
so
additions as such, and there's no change to the structure of the building as such.
So you need to be mindful that even though you're doing an internal alteration or putting up a wall in a building, you may impact on Part T, the fire. So the mere fact that you're doing a simple internal alteration, you may be impacting on other pieces of legislation, and one of them that comes to hand is fire, because if you put a wall and you interfere with the way the escape route is going to work, or the shortest distance travel to an escape route. So it's something that you need to look at as well, and then see whether you are impacting on other pieces of legislation in terms of the NBR or in terms of the SAN standard. So I know we get lots of these questions that I'm only adding a wall to a building. So you need to look at how does that, even though you're not impacting structurally, but how does that inclusion of a wall impact in terms of fire? Because I know one of the things that we come across all the time is and we find it normally when interior designers are doing work, when they put obstructions in building spaces, and then the building doesn't comply with Part T of the fire regulation. So it's something that it's difficult for me to answer offhand, but it's something for you to actually look at your architectural design, where you position that wall, and does it impact on other pieces of legislation or compliance. So once you're able to determine that, then maybe you can then motivate the municipality that it is a minor works and it doesn't impact on fire. I think most internal alterations in certain types of buildings where you require fire plans, you need to be mindful of what type of additional alterations you are doing and how does it impact on that piece of legislation. And I think the quickest one that comes to memory is Part T fire. So I'm not sure whether I can answer effectively today, but just as guidance for you is to look at the way you position that wall and how does it impact on Part T and the compliance with Part T. And then from there, you can motivate with the municipality and say, listen, I believe that this is a minor works, and because it doesn't impact on Part T, or you've complied with Part T.
Thank you very much. You have actually really good clarification. The other question is, I mentor students referred by SACP. One of the young students is not registered with SACP as yet, and only because he doesn't have the funds and and stuff like that. But he does some drafting for me. Am I allowed to put his name down as drawn by? He's not registered with SACAP as yet.
Yeah, shame. Unfortunately, he'll need to register with us first. But we do have a payment plan via finance. I don't know if he's able to maybe contact us so we can actually discuss some options for him to register, and then you'll be able to put his name and you obviously sign off as his mentor.
No. My name appears as the person in the title block taking responsibility. His name is he only does the drafting.
Yeah, Nita, you also help me out there, but he still does need to be registered with SACAP.
Oh, even though the plans will be submitted in my name.
Yeah, if you look at the acts, and the registrar will tell you this, everyone working in an office has to be registered. Anyone doing architectural work has to be registered.
Oh, thank you very much. That's clarified it. Now, I've actually made an application to the LSD, right? The challenges I was faced with is the fact that I could not get approved drawings for some major projects that I've worked on, only because I was a team member. If I can give you an example, we did Sun International work. I was basically handling extension to Mabatu Sun. I've worked on the Auto in General original office. And, we've worked on the original FNB Stadium and so on. Now, the LSD, and I respect this, was asking for approved drawings. I went to the council. They refused to give it to me. It's difficult for me to get all of Saul Kersner, for example, to say, please, can you allow me to go and get a copy of the drawings of all the Sun International work we've done, including Sun City, right? That's just out of the question. And I've also worked on a temple. I'm just using this as examples, right, for the Mormon temple in Parktown. The client is based in Salt Lake City, USA. I went to them and they said, listen, you'll have to get permission, but they in South Africa would have to get permission from the USA. So this was such a long, drawn-out process. I did actually correspond with SACAP, saying, I understand that you need approved drawings so that it shows compliance. But in this particular case, and I'm sure lots of other professionals are also sitting with a situation whereby it is not obtainable, it's private and confidential information, right? The application was turned down on the basis of me not being able to submit an approved drawing, but irrespective of it being drawn by myself by hand, I'm talking like 40 years ago, my name's on the drawing, drawn by, so on and so forth. And it was declined on the basis of me not being able to provide a stamp drawing. Now, let me explain, and you probably know this well enough. If we're doing a major project and there's 100 sheets, right? And, I've done elevation sections and all that kind of stuff, but the stamp is only on the site plan, which is done by another team member. Can you see the disadvantage that I was sitting with? How do we address the situation now that I'm going to reapply for RPL?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, and your case is not the only one where that's been had. I've been on an appeal for one of those recently, although I didn't sit on the original committee. Dineshwar, I think, might have, but so as I said earlier, the committees can only deal with evidence that they've got. They can't, and I understand your difficulty, and you've explained it well. So that's not in question at all. It's just the only other. If you look at the policy, and I'm looking at one on my other screen here, is the special consent policy, and you would have looked at the LSD one at the time. It's really trying to get affidavits from people. I know you couldn't get hold of Sol, but there may have been other people in the team or people that you have access to, or maybe not. I don't know. But so the committee needs to have documented proof, and I mean, beyond that, they can't help you, unfortunately. So I know it's a tough situation, and and you need to perhaps consider whether you can get affidavit evidence that you were involved. That's the only recommendation I can give.
All right, thank you. If I, for example, just draft out a letter and just say, listen, I'm unable to contact, because I left this company 40 years ago and I've been in private practice. If I, for example, just go to an attorney and say, listen, this is what I've done, here's the plans, and right now, I spoke to Ricky Moody a couple of days ago. He says, look, the chances are they still have a whole roll of the plans that are submitted. If I'm in a position to go and I'm saying I'm responsible, I'm prepared to sign an affidavit that this is my work, drawn by me physically, right? But it was done on behalf of a company which I worked for, and I'm unable to contact those people. So I'm prepared to sign an affidavit to say, look, I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, I think that's perhaps your only route. I'm uncertain whether you're saying that you have applied for RPL and you weren't successful, and are you seeing this now as an appeal? Is that what you?
No.
No. Okay.
Yes, I applied for the LSD.
Oh, Alice, yes, that's what I'm meaning. Sorry,
yeah.
if I didn't say that's what I meant, sorry. LSD. And so you were assumably turned down and you're now wanting to appeal. Is that, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, I think that would be the route to go because you are able to appeal. I don't know, Nita and Kimberly, whether there's a timeline on appeals beyond when the resolution or decision.
No, we're still currently getting a few appeals coming through from last year and the year before. So you're welcome to actually draft an appeal letter for me. I'll put that together with all your documentation, and then that will be represented to council on a date that's set by council, and you'll be called in and interviewed as well on that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kim. Good. Mahendran?
Good morning.
Sorry, can I just interject? It's 10 more minutes left and we've got 3 hands. So I think we can just finish with the 3 hands and then we'll need to close the session off.
Okay, just picking up on your earlier point, Kim, that you will respond or someone will respond to all of the questions that are in the question and answer box. So yeah, people can rest assured. Thanks. Mahendran, over to you, sorry.
Good morning to you all. Thank you for the platform. Much appreciated. My one question, and I fully agree with the previous gentleman, not going to repeat what he said. I think it's taken for note, but my concern is why was there a door closed on the LSD? I unfortunately wasn't able to apply for it due to unforeseen circumstances at that time. But why was the door closed?
Yeah, good question, which I can't answer. I know that there was an extension given to the applications and notification was sent out. And so I don't know whether we can ask Kimberly to answer that there or Dineshwa, because I wasn't involved in that committee.
And before they answer, I mean, I'm sure you're all aware that we came out from a COVID season. The economy and the country was still getting on the feet. Access to various information wasn't available immediately due to the lack of municipalities being in place as well. So in those considerations, that's what I would like to hear from. The time frame of LSD cutoff, the time frame of implementation, and obviously there was a 1 month or 2 month extension of time in 2022. So one could just elaborate on that, and why couldn't it be reopened again for, you are in the process of trying to implement disadvantaged people or disadvantaged in the industry. So why is there still restrictions in that nature? Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly and/or Dan, can you answer that? I don't know why there was a limited period. It was seen as that people wanting to should be doing. I remember there was conversation about RPL should be the way to go, and these were brought in at the request or through guidance through the Competitions Commission, and they were there for limited periods. And I don't know if you can expand on that.
Okay, let me just attempt to answer this. So firstly, you're correctly stating that, Councillor, that we had to comply with the when we spoke to the Competition Commission, we had to put in place mechanisms that would allow for practices to continue practicing undisruptedly. However, when the documents were published, they were published with timelines, in them, and they were. I think it's safe to say that there were two extensions given to the professionals. I don't have the exact dates and times with me right now. And I think one of the issues here, regarding addressing the disadvantages is that this mechanism was offered free of charge to the professionals. So there was no financial implication from our side to actually, burden the professionals with paying fees. So SACAP actually carried the fees, and actually putting the task team together, was was actually for the benefit of those who were affected with the new alignment to the IDOW. And I think when you speak about the COVID and things, SACAP did consider all of those things, and we've granted extensions to I think twice to accommodate this. But however, now that the application process has been closed, once SACAP does the analysis, they may. We are not promising anything. SACAP may look at what the stats are telling us and then map a way forward. But I think we feel for you and we hear what you are saying, and maybe we will highlight it at our next IDOW committee meeting and bring it to the attention of our chairperson there and say, listen, these are the inputs that we received from our RPL webinar, and is there a way of us addressing it? But at this stage, I think so. We have finalized the LSD applications, and the only matters we are addressing now is all the appeal processes. And I'm not sure whether you will be able to submit after that cutoff date. But however, we also have Kimberly Rowan here, who's the team manager. She will also be able to add some value to what, or maybe answer or answer a question of yours regarding the cutoff date and the implementation date as well. So in terms of your concern, I've taken note of it. I will actually raise it on your behalf at the IDOW committee and see what they have to say about it. To you, Kimberly, if you want to add something to the conversation.
Thanks, Councillor. The IDOW, the cutoff date, Anita can also maybe jump in here. It was the first cutoff date was meant to be February 2022. It was then extended to October 2022, and the cutoff date for LSD applications was November 2022. It was only in November that we actually received the bulk of the LSD applications. Through that time of the beginning of 2022, we actually, the applications came in dribs and drabs, and literally on the last day was the overwhelming day where all the applications were received. Yes, they cut off the applications due to the large number, obviously, that we had to do, but we've still got special consent, which practices are still able to apply for if they want to still go ahead and LSD isn't reopened. Because the only difference really there is that LSD was for the practice and the principles of the practice, whereas special consent is for anyone within the architectural profession who wants to apply for different and various building types. So there's still those mechanisms that are in place for you to apply for. I hope that answers your question.
My point again, as the gentleman said before, and you are saying now, is that firstly, you had a time frame due to the IDOW to be approved, and you've put in a time frame for cutoff of application for LSD, which I don't think is fair. And if you were under the circumstances of implementation of IDOW and trying to implement something and at the same time put a restriction, is not fair for the industry and for professions like us. Like I said to you, it was unfortunate we weren't able to because due to unforeseen circumstances. But if you are trying to empower disadvantaged people or wherever the case may be, and you're putting restrictions, I think you should just reconsider and relook at it. It's in principle, and did the competitions body ever approve or was this ever sign off by them in this regards? Because you were trying to implement something with them, and obviously the limitations and cutoff dates were, I don't think, was realigned.
So may I just
I'm only
answer that
putting my
question?
opinion forward. I'm not fighting with you guys, right? But in terms of what I see, I'm sure I'm talking of many other in the same boat. But if you're trying to implement something and you're putting cuff of them, it doesn't make sense then.
Okay, let me just answer the question on so firstly, you know, when we took our IDOW to the Competitions Commission, the Competitions Commission, you know, heard what we had to say. So there were certain so just to give you some background is that when we looked at the XR rejection letter from the Competitions Commission, we then unpacked that rejection letter and we realigned our IW to meet the requirements of the Competitions Commission. And to meet that requirement, we had to put in place 3 mechanisms. So one was the LSD, one was special consent, and one was RPL. When we presented this to the Competitions Commission, they were satisfied that we met the minimum requirements that they were looking for. And once they approved that document, SACAB entered into an MOU with the Competitions Commission saying that we are going to put in place these mechanisms, and the cutoff dates were submitted to the Competitions Commission as well. So they are aware of that cutoff date. Together with an additional requirement is that that the document is a living document and it gets reviewed annually. However, in terms of your concern regarding the cutoff date and the implementation date, I would suggest that you write a letter to the SECAP Council and then and let them address it at that level, because I think from a committee point of view, we complied with the terms and conditions that the Competitions Commission you know, asked us to comply with. Together with that, I think the Council for the Built Environment also gave us direction. So it was a Council for the Built Environment, then CBE, and then we put out the document for public comment as well. And so the process was fair and transparent, and it was open to all the registered persons to raise their concerns, you know, when the document was made available for public comment. However, we don't want to engage in an online discussion here. You know, I'm suggesting that you table your concerns and forward it to the Registrar of SACAP, and from there it will go to Council, and then you'll get an explanation from Council itself.
Noted, but under the reasonable doubt of it, you know, there's a platform where we're talking to you. It's very difficult to communicate with your officers. So under this platform, as per I'm saying to you, reasonable doubt, it doesn't make sense. I think you should take it up to your board and find a solution to assist. That's what your officers and this platform is for.
So the unit manager is here. She would have noted your concern, and she will then table it to the registrar, who will then forward it to Council.
Because just to give you an idea, I've got a practice. I've employed a lot of architects, technologists. I employ a lot of students who I give them opportunities. And we are sitting in this predicament. And like I said to you, it was unfortunate at that time, due to unforeseen circumstances, I could not. And I've got a practice that is fully fledged in mainland Maine. And this is what my input is, even to the youth of this community, of the country, and where we've been. Unfortunately, I'm not blaming you. It was just unfortunate that I couldn't do it. And if I look at the nitty-gritty of your time frames, the IDOW, it just, we were either trying to implement IDOW with like taking the cart before the taking the cart before the horse or so, you know.
Okay, so I don't want to engage in a debate.
But anyway, you can take it off on the platform, and we'll take it off this channel. Let those other colleagues have that opportunity.
Just
Thank you.
for the record, is that the IDAW took effect after and not before the so I think we need to get our facts in order as well. But I'm going to ask Kimberly to take note of your concerns, and then maybe we can then raise it at via the council. Mr. Councillor Kevin, I think we reached the 1 o'clock. Do you want to sum up the?
I'm in the boss's hands, Kimberly.
Yes, we've just got the last two, if we can allow them the opportunity. If it is relevant questions, please only relevant questions though. We need to wrap up now. Regina.
See Regina. Regina, unmute.
Or Temba, if you can unmute as well.
Okay, I've just unmuted Temba.
Thanks.
My question is, guys, I have this architecture and the draftsman around me. Now I was thinking of registering as a candidate, but I'm thinking now, if these guys are my mentors, chances are if they pass and I've under their mentorship, can I be able to change to someone else who, or what kind of an effect will that be if this person that is my mentorship dies? That's my first question. Yes, that's my only question.
Well, hopefully they're not going to die, so look after them. And then the other thing is that you can change as you go along. So some people found their mentors weren't being helpful. Some people were finding that they weren't available, and some were just unhappy with their mentor. So you can change your mentor. You'll just have to notify the office. There's a form to be signed by the mentor, and the new mentor would then submit and take over the signing off of your projects. Hope that helps. Remember?
Thank you.
Thanks. Regina?
Regina, do you still have a question? It looks like we've lost her, or she's not unmuting.
Okay. So Councillor Dinesh asked me just to sum up. So we've been through the presentations, we've done the Q's and A's, and I think, or I hope it's been informative to you all. There's, as I said earlier, we are really wanting people to upgrade, and so don't ever feel that you're being precluded in some way from moving ahead. We want to be helpful, and so put in your request to the office. And if you don't, some people have been saying in the chat, I saw we applied in January and haven't heard or whatever. Follow up with those things, please, because as you heard Nita saying earlier, there's a possibility that it went to someone else in the office and she hasn't been notified. That shouldn't happen, but it seemingly might have happened in that case. So we're here to help you. We do these webinars annually. So some of you have listened in before, and so I'm kind of disappointed that you haven't done your application yet. So if you've sat into these, because they've been going for quite a few years now, but that by the by rather, don't let any of this stop you. Put your applications in, because we, one, how to help you, and two, want to see you succeed. So that's us. So signing out for this one, and thank you all for attending. We had over 500 people, so obviously you don't have much to do on Fridays, or this is very interesting. So thank you for attending, and thank you to this team. Thank you, Councillor Dan, for your help, Kimberly, Nita, and others inside the office for helping as well. Manoka, Brenda, thank you so much for all you put into creating this and managing this event. My appreciation. Have a good weekend.
Thank you to our specialists for all the informative information. I hope that it has assisted. And if there is anything, you've got our emails, please do let us know. Thank you very much and have a lovely weekend going forward.
Yes.